All right. All right, great. We'll do with what we have, I guess. All right. Okay, I think that we should, is it okay if we can move forward? All right, so I apologize that the slides are slightly cropped. Let's get started. Uh, okay, everybody, welcome. And thank you for being here for the first talk of the day. I am Benjamin Mako-Hill, and I'm presenting with Tillman Beyer, who you will hear from in a few minutes. He's online. This is not my first time presenting a version of this talk. The first version of this talk was actually presented at Wikimania 2008, and it has happened at almost every Wikimania since then. If you've seen this before, the protocol and some of what you're going to hear in this introduction will sound familiar, but we'll go through it quickly. I'm a professor now at the University of Washington, but in 2008, when I sort of first proposed this talk, I was a graduate student starting to build a career studying Wikimedia projects and the free culture movement. And this whole idea for the talk began as an exercise for me to try to stay up to date on Wikimedia research. And so I thought, cool, I'll propose a literature review. I'm just going to read all the papers that have been written about Wikipedia in the last year, and it'll be a good opportunity for me, and then I can present it to the Wikimedia community. This is from the original submission. What I found out was that there were a lot more papers being published about Wikimedia than I expected, 800 that year. The number has gone down a little bit, but it's still hundreds. More than 400 papers were published about Wikipedia, just Wikipedia in the title last year alone. We've perhaps reached peak Wikimedia, but it's still going. There's a huge amount of research which is being done each year. There's a great social media account called Wiki Research, which has over the last year put out more than 200 tweets about research papers, events, and blog posts. There's a Wikimedia research newsletter published every month, which has sort of summarized or covered 92 different publications in the last year. And the Wiki Workshop, which is sort of an academic venue for the presentation of work about Wikimedia, sort of presented 46 different pieces of work just several months ago. So the way in which we've tried to address this for the purposes of giving you a summary of the work that has been done about Wikimedia in the last year is to select a set of themes and a set of papers. And so what I'm going to do in the rest of this talk, along with Tillman, is present sort of 5 individual papers. And I sort of describe them as sort of research postcards. You're going to get 3 to 4 minutes about a great piece of work. In selecting those papers, we've tried to represent important themes from Wikimedia research in the last year. We try to conform to some other criteria which are listed up in the slide. And what we're going to do for each one of these papers is quickly introduce the theme, that is to say the body of work that has been done in that area in the last year, quickly summarize what we think is an exemplary, and I think in all of these cases a really nice piece of research that that's doing work in that space, and then finally to reflect a little bit about why we think this stuff is important for the Wikimedia community and important for you all to know about. So we'll do it 5 times. Number 1. So this year there have been several papers which have been trying to estimate the sort of effect of AI on Wikimedia projects and communities, right? So not just understanding how we can use it, we'll talk a little bit more about that, was a sort of a 2-step analysis. They first tried to identify articles in Wikipedia that were likely to be affected by ChatGPT. And they did this by taking the actual articles that in many cases had been created recently, and then asking ChatGPT to generate a version of a Wikipedia article on the same topic. They then sort of compared statistically to determine which ones were sort of more or less similar to each other. And then they sort of compared the effect of ChatGPT in time, that is to say before and after the release of ChatGPT, on the amount of viewership and the editorship to those similar articles and those dissimilar articles. What the idea is that the ones that were more similar would be more sort of substitutable, and the ones that were less similar would be the kind of thing that you might have to go to Wikipedia to find. Some of the results are visualized here. This graph is a little hard to interpret because it doesn't refer to absolute view numbers, but sort of summarizes results from a statistical model. I'll try to make the substantive takeaway, though. The high similarity articles, that is to say, the ones that were more likely to be replaced or substitutable, didn't see much of a change in their viewership or editorship before or after ChatGPT was released. But the dissimilar articles saw an increase in viewership and in editorship. Based on this evidence, the authors claim that ChatGPT likely kept those more similar or substitutable articles from growing as much as they would have. They sort of, which is to say, as much as the other articles did. They found similar results in statistical analysis as well. So it's evidence they suggest that this is being effective. Now, like all scholarship, this work has its limitations. Some of these limitations are actually discussed in the Wikimedia, in the research newsletter talk page. You should check it out. There have been other work, including a paper led by Neil Reeves, that looked for a discontinuous shift at the level of the wikis and found no effect. But I think this is an example of how scholars are beginning to address this question of the effect of AI in the world on Wikimedia projects. Postcard 1. So postcard 2, we saw sort of describe the theme here is that we saw a range of scholars that were interested in using Wikimedia as a place to understand complex social governance processes. And it's just one example. This is a paper led by Steve Jankowski, a team at the University of Amsterdam, that focused on understanding what Wikipedians mean when they talk about consensus, and understanding like why do we say why is there consensus on on a policy, and also how do we get there? How does consensus come about? This work is also an example of a second theme, which is sort of more humanistic or sort of critical scholarship as well. What they did was they did a close reading, and they did a close reading of the full edit histories of 15 different important policies. The list is up here, on 5 different Wikipedia language editions, which is pretty impressive. English, Spanish, Arabic, French, Dutch. They looked at all of the content and they coded it in various ways. What they tried to do was identify different kinds of contests around whether something was like whether there was consensus. So, for example, if someone tags an article as being a policy and someone else comes in and tags it as being not policy, back and forth, that's an example of a contest. And they identified different kinds of authority, like democratic authority. Are you going to vote about it? Administrative authority. An administrator says this is policy. What they call document policy. So someone just sort of slapping the template on it. And they did, for every one of these policies, they created these maps of the social processes that went to leading consensus. And they build these here. You don't have to understand the details, but the paper is worth looking at. In most cases, what they found, a very small number, this is the quote from their paper, a very small number of Wikipedians used meritocratic techniques to determine consensus rather than to reflect it. Consensus, in many cases, came after people said there is consensus. And maybe that corresponds to your experience. They also found that consensus was constructed in very different ways, and that there was really substantial variation across these wikis. I think for me, the most important thing from this work was that it really painted to describe a set of concrete opportunities and a range of examples of how communities can approach consensus, our communities can approach consensus, in ways that are more participatory and robust and effective. So again, I think it's a really kind of inspiring piece. One other very short note. This work was supported through a relatively new funding process that the Wikimedia Foundation did, in part, and which I helped run along with Leila Zila. So I think it's very cool to be able to talk about a piece of work that has gone through this process as well. All right. All right. Theme number 3, and the final one before I pass it over to Tillman. This year we saw, historically there's been lots of work on Wikipedia, and one thing I've mentioned in previous years is the fact that the vast majority of this work has been on English Wikipedia, and if it's not English, it's maybe German, it's a couple other of the largest ones. This year there was a number of people, I think, paying attention to, I don't know, all the rest of it, and the important work that's going on in those spaces as well. One really great example of a paper in that space is this work led by Helena Nagatu, which talked about 3 Wikipedia language editions, Afan Oromo, Amharic, and Tigrinya. These are 3 Ethiopian languages. The and it was sort of focused on what's called a needs finding study. That is to say, what are the challenges faced by people that are participating in these sorts of these spaces? And some of the effects of these challenges are well understood: low participation, small numbers of articles, few resources. This paper did a great job of systematically documenting those things, but also documenting the kinds of challenges that both established and new users sort of ran into. They did it in sort of two ways. The first was that the authors of this paper read every project talk, like all of the project talk namespace on all of the wikis. They also went through and actually looked at every article in the wiki as well. Very impressive. And then they sort of categorized the established user needs in this space. And the other thing they did was they actually got a bunch of people who were not who were skilled speakers of the language, but who had never edited Wikipedia, and and who were interested, and they asked them to edit Wikipedia. They shared their screen and they watched them go through the entire process and they documented it. So again, it's a little hard to summarize some of this kind of work because it's so rich and has so much detail. But one thing they did was that for each of these sort of new users, they sort of documented the whole process. And this is kind of a timeline as a person tries to, like as I think it was an Amharic speaker, tries to edit Wikipedia for the first time. And and they ran into all kinds of trouble. They had a lot of problems with search, like just simply searching for things in the wiki was a challenge. They repeatedly ran into trouble with their keyboards not working, so text input was a major challenge. In many cases, they ran into problems because VPNs are incredibly common in Ethiopia because major services, widely used services like Telegram, are just blocked. So everyone uses a VPN, and so you can't edit Wikipedia. In this case, the user basically at some point gave up, wrote the article in Word, and said, "I'll try to upload it later," and never did. I think that there's really rich data here in a few different ways. I think that this work points to a set of very general takeaways that affect low resource languages. So not just about these three particular languages, but they really took the step to talk about general challenges. I think that they identified a set of new insights and opportunities for improving the experiences of contributors, both established and new, to these lower resource languages. And I think that they described a really cool method and way of going about documenting the kinds of challenges that most of us established contributors don't get to see, even ones who are active in these projects. One final note, this paper is special. All of these papers are special. But this paper is very special because it actually received the Wikimedia Foundation Research Award of the Years, the third or the fourth, I can't remember, fourth year. It was one of the two papers that was given an award as a really exemplary piece of research. And so it's a pleasure to be able to come and represent that work here as well. All right, so there are two more themes, and I'm going to attempt to pass it over to Tillman, who will take it from here. Not I'll be doing PowerPoint karaoke. Tillman there? Can we hear you? We can't hear you, Tillman. We see you. You're muted now. No, maybe not. No. What's the story? Can I unmute him? Tillman, can you unmute yourself? He says he's done it. I don't know. Okay. No. I want. Should we try to move forward? Try to do this? All right, I'm gonna do my best Tillman fire impression for a minute. Yes? No, we can't hear you. Okay, all right, we're gonna do this. Okay, so so a major theme this year was around sort of AI writing Wikipedia-like articles. You've probably seen this, but there's a lot of people in the field of natural language processing because the way in which people use a lot of these online, the way in which people use a lot of large language models is very often to ask factual information, like the kinds of things they get from a Wikipedia article. There's been a huge amount of research that has happened in this space. One piece that we were very impressed with, and that Tillman argued very strongly for, was this paper on a system called WikiCrow, which argued that language agents achieve superhuman synthesis of scientific knowledge. The authors had created this open source system that they called WikiCrow, which writes cited Wikipedia-style summaries about individual human genes. So it's not a general Wikipedia article writing system, but it is focused on producing things in a particular articles in a particular space. And what they found was through a process of sort of human having subject matter experts grading these things, that the articles were produced were more accurate than the existing human-written Wikipedia articles. I think that that this is important in part because there's actually only of the sort of 19,000 human genes that have been identified, only a small portion of those have high-quality Wikipedia articles. The others are sort of incomplete in various ways as well. The paper, I don't know actually, this is like, this is definitely the slide karaoke version here. The system used a set of different agents. It was built around the system called WikiCrow. And I think that the important thing to take away is that I think a lot of these conversations that we have about Wikipedia article writing tends through systems tends to assume the world as it existed in 2022, which is to say that you know, the references are being hallucinated, so on and so forth. This used a much more complicated system and was very expensive in the sense that it made many queries to the LLM, but it was able to produce articles that were not just high quality in terms of the factual content, but that included things like good, accurate, non-hallucinated references, so on and so forth. The articles were longer, they had fewer uncited statements, they had fewer reasoning errors as well, and I think that what they found was that in some sense the humans who were writing articles had the authors claimed had hallucinated more often than the system in this case, at least in this narrow space. So again, not a general approach, but I think sort of particularly promising. I think that in particular kinds of use cases, I think that, you know, Tillman's audio were working, he would want to be making the case that progress is really continuing, that deep research tools, which are even more advanced than these, are going to be able to have really high quality outputs as well. All right. So the fifth theme, and something that I'm kind of excited about, was that this year we saw a number of papers about offline Wikimedia work and how it connects in various ways to work on the wiki. Here we are in an offline Wikimedia event. Seems like a nice opportunity to reflect on that. So two of the papers were by a recent sort of PhD graduate, sociology graduate named Nicole Schwitter, who built this really incredible data set from the German Wikipedia. Apparently, German Wikipedia, Tillman is excited about this. He's a German Wikipedian, and apparently they've done a really good job of actually documenting all of their meetups and who was at the meetups over time. So there have been more than 4,400 community meetups, including all these small gatherings, and she was able to take this data set and use it to identify what in various ways, what the effect of participating in in-person meetups is on the behavior on the wiki. She had a couple different hypotheses. One was that participation in these meetups would increase contributions, and she found support for that. That she used this a technique based on matching, so she essentially matched the people who showed up to people with very similar editing histories who didn't show up. and showed that the people that were participating ended up participating more. She had a second hypothesis that attendees of these meetups would increase their contributions more than attendees of these social meetups, so that work-related meetups would be more effective. She found some support for that, but less. The idea was was focused on sort of edit accounts, in particular spans after the meetup, and she used this very clever method of matching. She did other work that looked at how participation in another paper, how participation in these meetups was associated with outcomes of administrator elections as well. So another kind of cool thing to look at. So those are the four. Those are the four themes from the year. There was, of course, lots of stuff that we were not able to talk about. There's an entire research track here at Wikimania, including lots of other work. I'll be presenting some of my own research in a couple hours. Apologies to Tillman for not being able to participate in this in the way that we sort of worked on it. He put a ton of work into the newsletter and also into preparation of these slides and the selection of these papers. So I think that we just I don't know, thank him on Wiki in various ways. And of course, talking about all of this, a year's worth of research, as I've sort of suggested, in 25 minutes. I mean, I thought this was hard when I had an hour. Is completely impossible. And the good news is it doesn't end here. Please don't let your engagement with Wikimedia research be coming to this talk once a year, or even just coming to the research track once a year. Follow the Wiki Research newsletter, which Tillman and Miriam Reddy put a lot of work into. Sorry, the Wiki Research social media feed. Follow the research newsletter. Sign up for, if you're a researcher, submit your work to the Wiki Workshop, and check out the Wikimedia Foundation's Research Showcase, which is opportunities for you to hear of. At least one of these papers that we presented here was presented in the Research Showcase in the last year. Two. Yeah. So, and then you get to hear from the real authors instead of just my, the ventriloquist versions of it. So, I know there's no time for questions. It was a lot to squeeze in here. There's going to be, I'm participating in a sort of experimental thing where we'll have in the Village Pump room during lunch from 12:30 to 1. I'm going to be talking about this and giving folks and answering any questions folks have. Thanks for coming. I look forward to seeing you all in the rest of the conference. Yeah, there were a bunch of things that were cut.
more than welcome to reach out to us if you have questions. I'll start with our research goal. And essentially, we wanted to do a comparative assessment focused on article quality, citation indices, popularity trends, things like this, but in a subset of climate-related topics on different Wikipedia language editions. And what I want to talk to you about, my colleague will talk about the research later, I'll talk to you about the difficulty of selecting those articles. It would appear that it's a relatively easy thing to select climate change-related topics. There are, of course, different ways to do it. One is going with the projects. There is, on English Wikipedia, there's a wiki project on climate change. There are categories, wiki data items, wiki links, and whatnot. And it is a good approach, in a way. For example, if we look at the wiki projects in different languages, they will be present on at least 5 Wikipedias, maybe more. Sometimes it will be a little bit more problematic when there's a wiki project. One is on climate change, the other one is, I don't know, global warming, or something like that. But this is not a bad route. The only problem is, though, if you look at the articles on English Wikipedia, for example, there will be a little shy of 5,000 articles there, but not all of them are Wikipedia articles, which is fine, we can eliminate that. But if you even look at the articles themselves, which are not categories, not redirects or anything, and you look into the content, very often you will see that wiki projects will find articles being of interest for the wiki project, but those that we would not necessarily qualify as such. The problem is obviously the relevance of the topic. For instance, the article Donald Trump will be, well, probably for a good reason, classified as climate change related, but is it really, is the article on Donald Trump really predominantly on climate? Probably not, right? If we want to really sort out articles that are predominantly about climate change, this should not get through. Obviously, another problem is that some Wikipedia articles will have like a section which is relevant for our research, and this section will be fine, but other parts not necessarily. Bill Gates is another good example, right? I mean, Bill Gates, very relevant section, which we should possibly consider, but not the whole article most likely. So for the preliminary examination, we also took the Wikidata items connected with selected Wikipedia articles from the wiki project. So we checked the property of the corresponding Wikidata items. We came up with about 12,000 unique values there. On English Wikipedia, so it's just the English version, and it's not getting us much. I'll go back here. As you can see, obviously wiki project climate change will be the most common Wikidata item, but many of these are also not that relevant. I'm going to flick through those slides because we don't really have that much time, but bottom line is that the number of unique values of instance of property of Wikidata items connected with the Wikipedia articles that are connected to Wiki project climate change on English Wikipedia, we narrow it down to a little bit shy of 1,000. Then, of course, we thought about using categories, right? If you cannot use something, let's use categories. But as you perfectly know, you're Wikimedians yourself, so you know it's difficult because categories will very often embed other categories, and it's like going down this rabbit hole, unfortunately. Very quickly, one subcategory, second subcategory, and you have nearly every article you can think of. So it's not very effective. For example, Wikipedia article climate change in the United States will be properly assigned to a category, but there will be very many articles which, if you embed the category a little bit more, will not necessarily be relevant for us. So popular categories in English, articles related to Wiki project on climate change. Again, we identified 11,000 unique categories, and it's obviously not particularly useful for all practical purposes. Use of wiki links in the lead section was another approach we thought would be maybe useful. So the leading section very often is considered a lead, like maybe signifying the most important part of the article. So we thought, yeah, maybe this would be a good route. So we thought about including, if Wikipedia article includes a wiki link to an article that directly describes climate change, it could be climate change, could be global warming, in the leading section, then we could assume it signals that, yeah, maybe this is the most important thing for the article, so this would be qualifying them as such. But again, unique wiki links will very often we'll get a whole array of articles, and mind this, we're still staying with the English Wikipedia alone. So finding which articles should actually we focus on is really difficult. Then my colleague will tell you how we proceeded from there. Wojciech, are you with us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have some technical problems before. Okay, so as I understood, the slides, Darius, you will yes change the slides.
I can change the slides for you, sure. Just let me know when.
Great. So as Darius mentioned before, we use a different approach to find relevant articles relevant to climate change topic, and we began with this Wikidata. So I didn't see my slides. I don't see my slides.
Yeah, could we switch back to slides? It's probably... That's spooky.
Now I only see my face on Zoom, so I don't see...
Don't worry, everybody else also only sees your face.
Oh, great. How it's looking. Okay, good. So if we go to Wikidata, we began from Wikidata. So we decided to search for every Wikidata item which have one of these listed, we can say, properties. Yeah? So if this Wikidata item have in some properties climate change or climate change mitigation and so on and so on. So we have almost in Wikidata we got almost 2,000 Wikidata items. Let's go to next slide. Of course, not every Wikidata item connected with Wikipedia articles and the most developed language version English has almost 600 of Wikipedia articles that are connected with Wikidata items that we are found. Let's go next. So second approach is to find which articles are aligned directly to categories which have climate change phrase and also global warming phrase. So it's, as you see, 162 categories for this first and next. So we have also third approach, Wikilinks. We searching for related to climate change Wikilinks to articles, important articles on this topic, for example, climate change, global warming, and so on. And on the next slide, we see statistics. Yes, how much articles we can find if we will only analyze this Wikilinks on lead section. And we can see that there is a lot of articles, much more articles that we can find before. English Wikipedia has over 5,000 articles with such important Wikilinks in lead section. Let's go next. And here you see a table how this number of Wikipedia articles related to climate change grows. So first stage is Wikidata, as you can see. Next categories, it's separate analysis. So we do not join these numbers. For now, first stage, second stage categories, and third stage Wikilinks, also separate statistics for this method. And on next row, we join this. Darius, can you show it before? Because yes, we join. And when you see total unique, we join these three stages and see unique articles that we can get from these three methods jointly. But also we have last stage we search for interwiki links in each of the language version, in each articles of a language version, because in each language version we provide separate analysis. Yeah, so we can have much more articles on this last stage with interwiki. Let's go further. Well, what is interesting that on English Wikipedia article global warming is actually a redirect to climate change article. It few years ago it was separate article, but now it's redirect to climate change article. But global warming, as an we can say page, has interwiki to other languages in different languages, including Polish. Global warming is separate article. Moreover, if you go to page view statistics, you will see that global warming is much more popular than the climate change article. If we speak about Polish Wikipedia, of course, we can analyze other versions, but it's interesting to know that Wikipedians decide to create redirect from article which is more popular than this main target article. Okay, let's go further. So for this stage, we decided to analyze only these two important articles related to climate change, and we decided also to have possibility to compare language versions between each others. For example, if we want to compare popularity of such articles between languages, we also need to consider the popularity of such language versions. Yes, so English is more popular than Polish, for example. So therefore we use relative measures, relative popularity measures that show how each popular climate change article related to other articles in this selected language version. And we can see that Vietnamese is okay. Relative popularity, we can see that Vietnamese and Arabic have this relative more popular articles related to climate change. Also, we do it for citations. We're searching for wiki links to these articles. We join statistics for this article if language has separate climate change and global warming articles. And also we can see that some languages which are less developed than English have relatively more citation to those articles. And relative authors, relative unique number of authors. Also, we can see that some of the language versions, such as Dutch or Swedish, has relatively more authors' attention to such articles. Only 2 articles. Yes. Well, let's go further. So this statistics shows how these 2 important language Wikipedia articles are relatively popular in each language version from 2021 to, we can say, recent months, June of this year. And we also not only see that some language versions have there is more demand on this information, but also there is some seasonal, we can say, need for this information. For example, April in each year in some languages. So let's go further. So we go deeply to this measurement analysis and decided to analyze quality, popularity, number of citations, number of authors, of articles related to climate change, and additionally divided to different topics. And I will show you on the next slide some of the results. So here you see that on the left side we have quality measurements using synthetic metric which give you quality score from 0 to 100, and we can see that climate change by country and territory has a higher score in different languages. Generally, German version and English version have quality higher compared to other languages, but depending on topic, we can also see some interesting scores on other languages. For example, you can see Chinese album or this aspect of geographic region. The same for popularity, depending on language, on topic, you can see the differences. The same we do with, on the next slide, we do also for authors and citations. Some of the topics have more citations and authors, but also depending on language version, we can see the differences. Okay, what are the conclusions? In general, we can say that this climate change is a broad topic. It's not so easy to find articles related to climate change. Of course, we on some begin stage of this research, there is also space for improvement. We plan to develop some maybe new methods, join with other methods, create some new measures, and so on. So we can say that integrating different methods, including those that were presented today, categories, Wikilinks, and Wikidata can ensure finding more complete, we can say, list of articles related to climate change. And of course, on the next slide, we have some of the conclusions from this analysis. So interest and engagement can vary across languages, and you can say high page views doesn't always mean the high citation for this article or author interest. So it depends on the language version, on the topic, and also we can say that languages with less engagement or less developed languages can put more attention to some of the topics such as climate change. So that's all briefly. Thank you, Darius, thank you for your attention, and we are, you're welcome to ask questions.
And before we go to questions, I want to summarize 3 things that I think are important. First of all, if you read some climate change research about Wikimedia projects, it is very likely it might be problematic how they chose the subset, because it's just difficult. And people don't realize it. Unless they are Wikimedians like you, they will not know. They say, oh, it's a category, or it's fine, or it's a wiki project, it's fine. Most likely it's not. Second, the topic is very well covered on English Wikipedia, but interestingly enough, the Japanese care about climate change more, proportionally, than the English Wikipedia readers, which I find a little surprising. Although I have to mention that recently I did a study of Reddit, and on Reddit, climate change, by the way, climate change replaced global warming in discourse as a result of a Republican strategic agenda, and we can see it on Reddit data. There's a flip. I think 2013 marks the change. But interestingly enough, or disturbingly enough, climate change is less and less proportionally a topic of conversations on Reddit over the years. So this is definitely worrying. The fact that proportionate interest of English readers is smaller than on Japanese Wikipedia is also, I think, maybe a little troubling. And the positive outcome is that smaller language editions with quite small user communities actually have pretty high engagement in articles related to climate change, which could signify that, you know, with tight, determined community who's maybe more science-oriented, less general public, it is still possible to have really high-quality articles, which we, by the way, see also in medical articles. Some smaller communities can have much better quality medical articles. So, questions, comments, insults? Mike?
Thank you, people. And as usual, I will remind everyone to hold the mic horizontally to pick the sound better. And thank you. My question or kind of comment, when you were talking about small languages in Swedish, Dutch, Italian, I'm not sure they're that small. Or in other words, that we have many much smaller, I think, languages, and perhaps they are even from countries that might be even more
That's
on
fair.
the
We
front
just
of
didn't.
climate change, right?
We should check that. for
So
sure.
we should check those definitely. You know, some islands, yeah.
Klingon. Yeah.
Yeah, we plan to expand the language number of language versions just for maybe we will interesting in some of the articles that we are find with our methods. I put those examples, 3 articles on climate change in English Wikipedia, which our methods found. We can say each of 3 methods found those articles. So each of these articles have wiki links on head section, climate change category, and also climate change related property on Wikidata item, but they are not aligned to wiki project climate change. So maybe you will interesting, you can see some examples that our method can find. So I put it on the chat.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have one question, which is where I can read more about the details of the methods you have used for context for NPOV research and the support that we are doing for the NPOV working group. We are running into a similar challenge of like topics and how to filter topics. Where can I learn more about the details?
Music to our ears. Somebody wants to read our research. Sure. Once we have a draft, we'll be really honored and happy to send it your way.
Yes, thank you.
By the way, wikirank.net, you should check it up. Wojciech developed it a while back for a really robust methodology of quality measurement of articles. So wikirank.net and other, of course, other measures, different measures, different things. Wikirank.net, check it out.
I've been running into the same problem with like the lists, and I think that part of the challenge that we have too is that the Wikidata modeling is not great in some cases for some of the stuff. So for example, for extreme weather events, there's also like problems with the scientific consensus on like how you can actually attribute certain extreme weather events to climate change or not. And so some of that will actually depend on, you know, whatever research is out there. And so I think that like one of the biggest challenges that we have is actually improving the Wikidata models for all these like climate change related topics. So that's like a general comment. And I'm also like really interested in understanding better how do you do like the quality assessment, because I think that one of the main challenges that we have is like, sure, like the science is clear, but then when you go into like more social topics or like, you know, like if you're like dealing with mitigation, maybe like you could have some clear-cut things, but then when you go into adaptation, for example, like it gets like wild. And so like it would be interesting to understand like how you're measuring like the quality that is not only relative to, you know, citations and that, but actually like the actual coverage of the topics.
Very good comment. One quick reply, because we're running out of time. A separate topic for definitely 1 hour presentation. Different measures that we're using, but there's another application here. I published a study a while back showing that quality perception varies across languages. So if you analyze the good and featured articles across different languages, the proportions of citations, external links, length, the proportions of images will vary widely. So even how do people perceive what is quality, what is not, will be culture dependent.
Yeah, but I think it will be nice to have some golden standards to test our methods. So we need to know which of the Wikipedia articles are really strongly related to climate change to test our method. So if we will have such golden standard, we can say we can test it. But you know, it's very subjective thing to select articles that are more or less related to climate change. We try some methods, we see the results. As I said, I put some examples on the chat, and we will work, of course, on improving this. And we invite other people if they want to have some ideas. Why not?
Thank you so much. Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will present present reliable knowledge-based Wikipedia. Okay. Oh, okay. Many of you maybe know that Wikimedia Armenia used to organize wiki camps almost more than 10 years. It helps a lot to expand Wikipedia in Armenian. But still there is a huge gap in scientific fields. Also, it is hard because write article about person, it is such article you know about it, but scientific area, their gaps is more harmful because you need to go to other concept to realize what is going on, to understand what is it about. Also, there are challenges with researchers when they started to edit Wikipedia. I have several meetings in several institutions, and they all decided to write Wikipedia articles, edit, but after few try, they leave Wikipedia because they don't know what articles is needed Wikipedia. Sometimes they write articles and then explore that there is an article on another title. Wikimedia Armenia, about 5 years, started just scientific projects on enhancing on 3 scientific areas content on Wikipedia: medicine, economy, and history. To enhance medical articles, we started to collaborate with medical university, and economy with sponsored Central Bank of Armenia, and history, Internet Society of Armenia. This event goes several months. It's start advertisement that will be competition on this field, and then registration, training, and 1 month editing, and review results. And winners participated in Wikicamps. These projects are successful, and that's why we are exploring why this is successful. Researchers continue to edit Wikipedia, but months later, they leave Wikipedia. And next year, the same. They started once more, and then leave after competition and after Wikicamp. The main thing is to be in touch, to discuss things with researchers. We tried offline to do this. Even for medical university, we settled a board of trustees for this area. But after a few months, it goes lower. Here is how many articles were editing and creating, and I just did this, I think. And Wikicamp. Wikicamp is the main successful project of Wikimedia Armenia, and this works for scientific area as well. But still, I say that After several months, researchers leaving Wikipedia. Why? Because that time when there was competition, there are articles, there are a list of articles, what articles are missing. There are editors in this area that they know, and they reviewing each other's articles. That's why I think we need all time to have this information online, offline, to push a little bit researchers to to be in touch with them. I'm saying that imagine a place where a current situation on that area is already existing, and you can look at this and understand what to do. This place is that place is in Wikipedia, but unfortunately portals are dead. On English Wikipedia as well. You can only several times bots are doing something. I am suggesting that we create tools for upgrading them permanently. If somebody wrote an article in this area, article goes there that in the list of existing articles. Somebody is editing on that area, his username goes to the list of this area. A lot of things we can do. And also, when you started, you are a newcomer, you started to edit Wikipedia, there will be train what is portals, why you need search this if you are a professional in this area, and be in touch. And also, we are going to research how we can push within the events, not after the events until to another event. Sometimes maybe a month, every month push that, please review this article, this is a new article, this one, please evaluate article to just to make community of that field. Also, we need, I say that we need up-to-date portals to make something automatize this, and just editor can go to of interest of on the field of his or her interest and decide what to do. Also, we, as I say, if research, scientific fields are not fulfilled, you can imagine that there is no scientific field because you can't use this as reliable source or something like that. By implementing this project, we aim to attract more contributors, especially researchers. Every new article, we can push another researcher, ask for reviewing and making more reliable. Sorry for my poor English. Let's discuss if you have questions.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm Anbar. I'm from Indonesia. I'm based in New York, though, unfortunately. I'm a newcomer in editing Wikipedia. So I'm interested in when you said the project will have reliable source for education. What are basic informations that newcomers like me need to know when start editing Wikipedia based on your experience?
You know, when we started events, we provide newcomers a list of missing articles or articles to be developed. And also, there is list who is editing in this area. You can take one of articles, sign in, and continue and ask for questions from the list persons. Also, when Wikimedia Armenia organized event, there is a leader of that area. But the main thing what we are wanting to do make us every time, even there is no event and there is no leader, you can look at portal page and understand what can you do. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for this presentation and the work that you do in this space. I have one question and then one comment. The question I have is, did you direct the newcomers to the newcomer dashboard?
I am not so familiar with dashboard. I look, but didn't use this.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. So I think my suggestion would be you check that out and see whether that would be helpful, because it's a more visual way and a more welcoming way for newcomers kind of to at least get a sense of like mentorship, set up their account, get a sense of, you know, having some material to get started into Wikipedia. I know those of us who have contributed for some years, we don't look at that page, but just check it out. It may be interesting, because the portal that you're talking about, that's a nice place maybe to start from.
Thank you, but my main goal is not newcomers only. main goal is to keep researchers in touch on the field, to review, not to lose them, and attract more. That's why, and I think portal pages have high power if there will be alive.
I have
Also-
a comment, but I'll keep it, there may be other questions, so I'll come back.
Also, no, you say?
I wanted to also maybe, I'll send you the paper. This year in the Wikimedia Foundation Research Award of the Year, we gave one of the awards to a paper that is focusing on understanding the motivations of researchers to contribute to Wikipedia. And one of the learnings from the paper was that it is not sufficient to give people, the researchers or scientists, tasks that are just related to their field. The more the tasks, the closer they are to their specific subfield, the higher the chance is that they actually contribute. And they did a nice field experiment to do that. So I'll send you the paper, you can check it out.
Okay.
But I think what you give as a task can also be important in the sense of how close it is to their particular area of specialization.
Okay. I want to tell about, I'm, for doing this, I met the officials of science committee in Armenia, and they even agreed that they can include writing Wikipedia articles on grant. When they give grant, they can mandatory did this, but I am not excited because it is not enough. We need train and just show them what we need Wikipedia. I met in one researcher institute that I started about this, and they gave me 500 articles, titles that they will do, but it is not relevant to Wikipedia. That's why I think even researchers need more training, more information than other users. Yeah.
Maybe
Also, we need to do this project. We need a developer who can step by step do tools, gadgets, and then we'll see how to do this. It is. Thank you.
Maybe just thinking, if you ask somebody to go directly to their field or their subfield and sub-subfield, would there not be a potential conflict of interest? As in, that person might feel that they are the one and only, and develop that particular little thing just according to their own vision and so on.
We providing list of articles. We provide in that area. He can choose, even he can choose do nothing. He can choose create several articles or review some articles. We are providing. We are not. It was about mandatory. Was science committee says that we'll do, but it. I am sure it will not work. There is no question. And thank you for listening.
results of our research called Echoes of Hegemony, Media Dominance in Chilean Political Content on Wikipedia. Okay, so what happens when the most consulted encyclopedia, Wikipedia, in the world relies on a source system that it isn't that plural as we would expect? We will like to keep Wikipedia as plural as possible, right? The problem is that in the case of political and current affairs articles, media, like traditional media, becomes a relevant source for Wikipedia. So we are all in the same page about that. But in the case of Chile, we have a media industry that is extremely concentrated. This is something that we didn't invent, something that we have a lot of research on this topic. So we identify this as a problem. So it motivates our research because we wanted to better understand and also better explain how this concentration might affect Wikipedia's diverse knowledge construction. That is something that we see as one of the pillars or core elements of Wikipedia. And also because we found that there was a very little research done in this specific topic for the Spanish Wikipedia. So just for you to understand, for those who are not necessarily familiarized with this topic, the Chilean media ecosystem since the 90s it has been mostly concentrated in two big conglomerates that control 98% of the media market. One is the Mercurio SAP, and the other company is called Copesa. So these are like the two big holdings that control the media landscape. Both of these companies are identified as a right-wing media, whether it's a conservative right-wing, the Mercurio SAP, or a liberal right-wing, which is Copesa and all these different media related to this company. The result of this situation is that we have a duopoly that controls the agenda and the framing of certain information, a topic that is largely studied for several years in the academic field and communications field in Chile. So, what's the relationship of this context and the Wikipedia's world, right? So, one of the objectives, or like I said before, core elements of Wikipedia is that we relied on sources to create our content, and that those sources allowed users to verify information, right? We as Wikipedians, we encourage that we have like the most diverse type of sources and users creating this content. But what happens when these sources are not necessarily that diverse? So that creates a problem for us. Our concern as Wikimedia Chile, and what was in the core of this research, was local media landscape affects Wikipedia's vision, especially when it's that concentrated, and that will affect also the views of users because they won't have a broader picture of these informations in particular.
Hi. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the research conduction and all of the results. Our objective was like analyze articles for real diversity or not, okay, by identifying which media are most used as sources in political articles on Wikipedia in Spanish. We took the time frame for 2020 and 2025 because in that frame we had at least 5 like, how to say it, presidential elections, of Senate, mayor elections, and everything, and also we had the social outbreak, and so we had the articles for this conventional, how do you say?
The Constitutional Assembly.
Yeah, Constitutional Assembly and everything. And the methodology that we had was like a corpus of 100 articles related to Chilean politicals and current events. And yeah, And why we only have the 5 sources? Because here we have the reference for the article of Gabriel Boric, our president, and the Constitutional Convention. And you can see that here are all the sources, like media sources, and the quantity. And for example, for Gabriel Boric, we have La Tercera, that it's one media, that it has 30 sources for one article, and it's like a logarithmic scale. So we took only the first 5 because this is like an exploratory research, and also because in this part, all the sources only have like one quantity. So we only took the first 5. And the overall findings we had is like 73% of citations correspond to hegemonic media, 20% of citations correspond to alternative and independent media, and 7% correspond to official governments. That's like the official government webpage, the Constitutional Convention official webpage, and everything. But this part is alarming. It's something that we thought that is really bad for Wikipedia because it's a media concentration. And we also had a little category analysis. The 100 articles that we had, we also split in different categories. For example, in political biographies, we have these 5 media. It's La Tercera and Emol are the 2 conglomerates that Patricia was talking about. And we also had here the type of media, and you can see that, for example, in political biographies, it's hegemonic, alternative, okay, hegemonic. And political events, we also have hegemonic, alternative, and the official page of the government in Chile, it's gov.cl. And this, it's mainly because La Tercera, you will see La Tercera a lot in our results. It's a media that covers most political things, okay? And in another study, I found out that La Tercera, it's a reliable source for Wikipedia, but it does something that it's really not bad, but when they don't want to cover some topics, they don't cover it. So it is a reliable source when they cover all of the topics, but they lie for omission. Yeah. But in political stuff, yeah, we have a lot of La Tercera, Emol, Bio Bio, and the only alternative media is El Mostrador. So yeah. We also have in social movement and protest and corruption cases, you can see, again, La Tercera. Here, in social movements, we don't have Emol or El Mercurio because that media doesn't cover social movements, or because the editors in Wikipedia knows that if El Mercurio covers social movement and protest, the editorial guidelines that have for like right-wing, conservative right-wing, the news will be not so reliable. So it's a good thing that in social movements and protests, El Mercurio is not here. And also in the corruption cases, you can see this one, that it's Ciper Chile. It's an alternative media, and it's also known for cover corruption cases. So it's really good that in the corruption cases of the articles about corruption cases, that type of media appears in the first 5. Also, yeah.
Sorry, it's actually interesting because among the categories, this is the only category where we see more presence of alternative sources.
Yeah.
So yeah, what we thought with Carla is that it's because the topic it's maybe not so covered by traditional media, and it's something that is more interesting for alternative media, which is
yeah. And also because La Tercera and El Mercurio, the owners of that conglomerates are the most rich families on Chile, and also, yeah, in the
Kind of touched by this type of.
yeah, in the corruption cases also involves that families or friends of that families, so they don't cover that cases as much as CIPER, that it's a media that not only covers that topics, but mainly covers that. Here. So we found out really media repetition and dominance, because most articles have unique combinations. You could see La Tercera, it's the most cited, El Mercurio, El Mostrador, but a small group of hegemonic media dominates. Also, we have, okay, La Tercera, Bio Bio, El Mercurio, and Cooperativa appear the most often, and that's a interesting. And we also see an agenda setting effect that's really visible, because all of the media that is cited is from the two conglomerates. And of course, we know that that's something that we see in Chile every day, that they set the agenda, especially in the political aspect. They are the ones that controls the narrative in Chile. And also we had something interesting, because we found out some cases of high dependency. We have here 6 articles that show over 30% of sources from one media. Yeah, and that's we know that Wikipedia avoids monopoly, but this is like a monopoly in sources. It's interesting because here we also have from the category type of articles, and you can see, for example, this one that it's Carlos Montes, a biography. It has a concentration, but the most cited media is the Senate of Chile. So it's not like a media, but it's a webpage, like official webpage of the government. But you can see, for example, in Caso Penta, it's a corruption case. You have La Tercera, that has like 35% of the total. And also, for example, here, Luciano Rivas, it's a biography, but it's also
a biography related to corruption.
Yeah, related to corruption. And you have this one, that it's Bio Bio Chile, that is not El Mercurio La Tercera, that has the 41%. And this case is interesting because this person is from the south of Chile, and this media is a media that covers mostly things in the south of Chile, like things with the Mapuche people and everything. So it makes sense that editors choose this one to cover this biography and the corruption of this person, but it's over the 40%. So that's a thing that it's a monopoly in that article. So we know that this is Wikipedia as a mirror, but it's not the cause. We know that Wikipedia reflects the media ecosystem, not necessarily created. Our editors, of course, knows that they need to choose reliable sources, and as I said before, La Tercera, El Mercurio, they are reliable sources. They have a little bit of bias, but the thing that they do is, if they don't want to cover it, or they don't want to tell lies, they don't cover the topic. So it's like lie for omission. And reliance on available reliable sources, okay? But if the media ecosystem is concentrated, of course Wikipedia will also be concentrated in that type of media. So this is a structural issue that affects the access of information, and therefore our democracies, because the two type of media that is most used, they have a bias in some right-wing, like conservatory or liberal. And why this matters is because it's an impact on neutrality and representation. We also know that the discussion of neutral point of view is something that the movement is talking about. And this special case is, of course, attacking the neutral point of view, because the media that we use, and is the media that we have right now, is biased. so it impacts on neutrality. Of course, there is a risk of reinforcing dominant narrative because, as I said before, El Mercurio and La Tercera controls the political narrative, and this is especially important in political, historical topics where diversity enriches the user's experience, especially in Wikipedia. And we also had a little recommendation. We also are waiting for this research to be accepted in a peer review journal. But something that we thought about this is that we need to have diversity sources where possible. We are encouraging our editors, especially in Chile, to use alternative media if possible and not rely on a monopoly of sources in one article. We encourage the use of high-quality alternative and independent media, but something that I wanted to talk about is the strength media literacy among editors, and it's something that we were talking about in Wikimedia Chile a lot, because you have editors that volunteers, and of course they want to do the best as possible, but there's a difference between editors and journalists. So we need to start doing some media literacy to our editors, because it complements the both of them. Yeah.
And also because, well, Carla and I, we both have social communication background. So for us, maybe these topics are very clear or evident that the media concentration affects the way in which we see the reality, but it's not so clear for everybody. And it's, for us, it's something that we have to work on to make these alliances between editors and journalists for them to enrich the informational ecosystem in Wikipedia and therefore in other websites, because we know that a lot of information that we consume comes from Wikipedia. So we understand that as a virtuous circle that we really want to encourage and improve.
Yeah, and that is like the last recommendation, that engage in source awareness campaigns. We put it in Latin America because we know that this type of thing of the two conglomerates or two or three big media companies owning all the little media in the country is something that occurs in all of Latin America. So we know that we have to engage in source awareness, especially in our region. So to conclude this presentation, we know that Wikipedia is a powerful space for collaborative knowledge, but we also know that its openness must be paired with critical source awareness. We can't have one article depending on one media source. That's a monopoly, and that's not something that we want as editors or as viewers of Wikipedia. So we need a plural Wikipedia, but a plural Wikipedia needs a plural information ecosystem, and that is something that we need to spend some time with this awareness. So editors, of course, know that it's something that you have reliable sources, but you can't depend on one media type to cover one topic. So yeah, I think that's it. I don't know if you want to.
No, I think it's done.
Yeah. So thank you, and we have now a Q&A. If you have some questions, we have like 5 minutes. If you have.
Here and there.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. So I wanted to ask, what would be reliable source? What would be alternative sources if you say that most of the political articles on Wikipedia about Chile are biased towards the corrupt regime? Yeah. So it would be reliable sources of info, better ones.
You want to?
No, go ahead. But I don't know if you want to grab all the questions at the same time, and maybe we can answer all of them.
I can answer that first. Yeah.
Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, for us, reliable sources, well, you have the neutral point of view and everything, but especially in corruption cases, it's one thing that the media covers the thing with the truth, yeah, but we also want some alternative media that is not from the same people that are being corrupt. So for us, especially in the case of corruption cases, we tend to not use the same media type that is related to the people that are being corrupt, because we know that they can have like a bias, and of course we need to do like research on that discourse and everything, but we want some alternative media for that specific cases. Yeah.
I think this is amazing research on media concentration. It's a really important issue. A small methodology worry that only taking the top 5 on a page might sort of systematically skew you towards, being over pessimistic, potentially. I don't know. I imagine that there is in fact a long tail of alternative sources that may not appear in a single article, but may appear over a whole set. Yeah. The other thing is, I just wondered how automated is your process here? Because that, if it is largely automated, I can see just a whole load of things that can then happen. Most interesting, perhaps, to me would be like time series over time. How is this changing? Is it getting better or worse? And we've got we've got the page history, so you can actually, in theory, do that. Although it becomes a kind of data munging kind of big data thing. The other thing is, if it's automated, you could have a tool which on the top of a page could kind of click and it shows you the diversity for that page. There's a similar tool for sort of the gender of women, of people that are linked from the page and things like that. So those tools can kind of create extra visibility and help in editing. Anyway, and obviously, if it was automated, it could also be adapted and used in other language Wikipedias. So, yeah.
Those are very good ideas.
Yeah, and this was like an exploratory research, but it's a great question because we took the domains of all of the sources using the Internet Explorer reference tool, Internet Archive Explorer reference. But the thing is that this tool only shows the domains. So if you have, for example, in an article for 2011, you can have sources that are clips of papers, like newspapers, that they don't have the domain. It's like the clip paper. So that tool doesn't show you that type of source. So we only took the 2020 and 2025 range, because we know that the sources that are there, they're most likely domains. Like, yeah, that's the only difference. But it's a good question, and I really like to do something like over time to see, for example, in the 2010s, what were the sources that they used, because in that time the alternative media were like really low in contrast in this time. So it's really an interesting point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was super interesting, and I am thinking, have you make any observation? Maybe this is for a further research, but have you observed the dynamics, the way in which editors use the sources, the mainstream and the alternative, in talk pages, in discussions, because I think that sometimes, yes, when you want to edit an article and balance the perspective of the mainstream, it's very hard to have discussions with editors that are saying, no, but this is the reliable source, and you can see how this source is not reliable, even mainstream, and there is the alternative media and the local media that can bring more nuances and balance and counterbalance certain narratives, especially in politics and in social issues. So maybe it will be interesting to continue the research in a more qualitative way, looking on how editors argue around this source is valid, this one is not valid, and what are the dynamics that also brings the algorithms in Google, in social media, boosting also the mainstream, making editors take the first results as the more reliable or the information that should be there, knowing that mainstream media, is just boosting that content because it's more catching, it's a hook for readers. So how the media literacy for editors can, bring those elements of, okay, you cannot rely in the top of Google results, what content is put on top by the algorithm in social media.
For now, what we have followed in these 100 articles in this period of time, there is not necessarily confrontation among editors around the fact of using alternative media. It's mostly because they're not necessarily so used to go and find this other media. Just what you said, not only algorithm propose us what to see regarding certain criteria, but we also are very used to use the same media, those that are more popular or more traditional in Chile, being Copesa, La Tercera, El Mercurio, Emol, the ones. But that's part of the literacy that we wanted to promote, the media literacy, is that there's way more out there. And for have a richer Wikipedia, we need to bring richer and different perspectives, just to counterbalance the article structure. We are super over time, so we need to finish here. But thank you so much for being here and for your interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Benjamin Mako Hill. I don't know if a few of you I recognize from the talk I gave today about other people's research. This is going to be a talk that I'm giving about my research. So I'm an academic. I teach at the University of Washington. My research group is called the Community Data Science Collective, and we do work about online knowledge commons more broadly. A lot of work on Wikipedia and other wikis. A lot of work on free and open source software. I want to acknowledge that this is collaborative work with a ton of my students and collaborators, and in particular with Aaron Shaw from Northwestern University. We're all here at Wikimania. We know lots about Wikipedia. Often when I talk about this work, I sort of have to spend a little bit of time walking people through it. The point that I want to make to this audience is that Wikipedia is, like most sort of visible knowledge commons, built through a process called peer production. Peer production is a term that was coined by this guy up here, Yochai Benkler, who was one of my mentors when I was a graduate student, as part of a theory that argues that new information technologies have driven the transaction costs associated with sort of participation so extremely low. So basically the idea is that there's like, it takes you some amount of time and effort to put a thing in an information sort of good, but like if you have to, but it's all the additional costs on top of that. And the idea is that it's very, very easy to make contributions today, and that as a result, there's been this new mode of production, new in the sense that like has emerged in the last, let's say 25 or 30 years, that lies outside of markets and firms. Wikipedia is of course just the tip of the peer production iceberg. There are lots of other examples of peer production. Reddit is peer producing a sense of what it is that you should be looking at right now. Free and open source software are another major examples. There are literally millions of peer production projects, or at least attempts to build peer production projects, most of which you have not heard of. Now, I think that I sort of, when I started doing this work, my work was really, when I started doing research about peer production, the question that I was interested in was like, how do communities build themselves up, right? How do they attract people to sort of participate in something? And the first thing you realize when you do this work is that the vast majority of these communities actually don't attract anyone. The median number of contributors to a wiki, hosted by, for example, like Wikia, now sort of rebranded as Fandom, is 5 people. The median number of contributions to an open source software project is a single person. But there's another piece of bad news that has sort of emerged as I've sort of studied a lot of these communities, is that most of these big communities that I'd been involved in and that I was really excited about are in decline. So most of you probably know this piece of bad news. This is English Wikipedia, the number of active contributors, sort of people making 5 edits a month. And it's kind of stabilized at some point, but but anyway you cut it, right? Number of contributions, so on and so forth. Contributions to English Wikipedia have been in decline since, well, March 2007. And I think that initially, like early parts of my career, this was actually a big sort of empirical puzzle. What's going on here? Because nothing obvious happened in March 2007. Facebook was released in 2004. The iPhone came out in 2007. There's lots of answers. So there's another problem. This is not just about English Wikipedia. This is the 8 largest Wikipedias, I think, in terms of number of articles, or number of edits. And what you see immediately is a couple things. One is that this process, this, although not everywhere, it's actually very general. This process of sort of like super linear growth that transitions into sort of like sublinear decline seems to be a general feature of things. So one very common answer was, well, maybe English Wikipedia just, I don't know, they wrote all the articles. They finished it, right? Well, unless you want to make the article, the answer that there are only a tiny proportion of the number of articles to write in Polish, as in English, that seems not true, because it's a very, very similar graph, despite the fact that that y-axis is very, very different for Polish, right? There are fewer articles, fewer contributors. It also happens at different periods of time. If you look at Italian or at Russian, right? These peaks are happening at very different periods of time. So it doesn't seem to just be that there was something special about March 2007. this is some data that some research I did with a former PhD student, now a professor at the University of Texas, Nate Bluntheis, where we took data from about the top 1% largest wikis from the largest commercial wiki hosting platform, Wikia, now Fandom, and this is sort of scaled. They're all different sizes, so we sort of standardize them on the y-axis, and they're being started at all different periods of time, so they're sort of like listed in terms of how old they are. And what you see is that among these big wikis, over a period of about 5 years, you see a very consistent, like, sort of process of sort of like growth and decline. I'm not going to keep showing you graphs like this. I have lots of them, but you see something very similar in free and open source software projects. There's a group within the Linux Foundation called the Growth, Maturity, and Decline Working Group, which is very focused on exactly this sort of process. It seems to be a general feature of not of social media projects, which tend to follow much more common S-shaped curves. This seems to be a feature of knowledge commons, people that are building things of value. Okay. So there's a second piece of sort of bad news that I'll get to. It's sort of related to the other reason that we're interested in these things, not just that they're sort of engaging lots of people. It's that it's how they're being built, which is by being really open. Now, openness is a big and sort of vague concept. In a nutshell, I want you to think of openness as the relative absence of sort of formalized rule and boundaries. And I think that it's absolutely true that these communities have, for the most part, succeeded by being very open. And that's the second piece of bad news, is that part of the answer, why are these communities like sort of like declining? It's not that fewer people are showing up and trying to contribute. It's that our communities are rejecting contributions in ways that, like, the faucet's not being turned off, we're blocking them, right? And so that's the second question, right? So there's a whole bunch of empirical research that has done this. I've done some of this. This is a piece called Don't Look Now, but We've Created a Bureaucracy. It's about English Wikipedia. It's a book which makes the same point. This is a paper that I wrote called Laboratories of Oligarchy that shows, again, in large wikis, that as communities begin to grow, a small group of people present at the beginning begin to consolidate power, and that their interests increasingly diverge from the rest of the collective that leads to more rejections. And we showed that these patterns in English Wikipedia are also, which have been shown by researchers including Aaron Hafeker, are also true in the context of other wikis as well. This is a more general pattern. And so that's the second question, right? I mean, I don't know, this is kind of seen as a bad thing because it was the openness of these systems that attracted us to us, but also it was the openness of these systems that allowed them to, become big and successful. Why are these communities cutting off their lifeblood in a way that is like actually reducing the vibrancy of what they're producing? So that's a question that I've been spending much of the last 5 years trying to answer, and today I'm going to tell you my answer. And my answer is sort of at its core a mathematical model. And I'm not going to show you the mathematical model because I think that this is the wrong audience for it. But if you want to see it, Jenny and I will be talking about it later. And I would love to talk to you about the mathematical model as well. I'm going to walk you through the intuition. Before I can do it, I need to quickly introduce the two major kind of theoretical approaches that academics have used to understand peer production. So the first is treats sort of peer production, what's going on here, as an example of sort of what's called like public good provision. And the second treats it as more of a commons. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So public goods, as sort of like scholars in political science and economics and the social sciences think about them, are treated as having sort of two features. They're things which are non-excludable and non-rivalrous. Non-excludable means what it sounds like. It's hard to keep, once it exists, you can't really keep people from getting it. Non-rivalrous, sometimes people use the term non-subtractable. It means that once someone has it, like you can give it to someone else and it doesn't take away from that, right? So an example of a rival good would be like my laptop. If you take my laptop, I don't have it. But useful knowledge is not like that, right? If I know something and I tell you, like, I might as well know it, right? In various ways. So an example of a public good would be something like useful knowledge or national security or the sunset, right? Like once you have a good sunset, everyone can enjoy it. The problem with public goods is incentivizing their production, right? If everyone can have them and you can't keep people from having them, then why would I want to help produce one? I could just let you produce it and I can enjoy it just as much, the free rider problem. That's public goods. Openness in public goods is generally considered just like an unmitigated good, and the argument is that pure production, by being very open, has made it easier for people to produce this thing. The second approach to thinking about these communities it comes from work by, I don't know if people know Elinor Ostrom. She won the Nobel Prize about, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago in economics, and she's really famous for studying natural resource commons. So a commons are non-excludable. Once it exists, it's hard to keep people from getting it, but they're considered rival risks. So a classic example of a commons would be like a forest or a watershed or a fishery, right? Here's a lobster fishery up here. The idea here is that that you can't, it's hard to keep people from taking the fish out of the water, right? But if I take a fish out of the water, that fish isn't there for someone else to get, right? Generally speaking, in public goods, all you care about is how do you produce the thing. In a commons, you usually don't have to worry about producing the fish. The fish can produce themselves, but you really got to worry about appropriation, about people taking too much, right? So in the commons world, Elinor Ostrom wrote this book called Governing the Commons. It's like a complete classic. It's maybe my favorite book in the world. And she has the most famous thing in it is this list of like 8 kind of features of highly effective commons. And number 1 on the list, the thing that she says is the most important thing, is clearly defined boundaries. The ability to keep people out of the, or to restrict their access to the commons, that's the most important thing. Openness, generally speaking, in a commons is not considered a good thing. Okay. So how should we think about peer production, given these 2 models? Here's my suggestion: is that we should think about it as there being, is that we should think about dynamics of openness and closure in terms of reconciling these 2 things. So here's what I've told you so far. I've sort of shown a graphical summary. Generally speaking, in these knowledge commons, we see these patterns of empirical growth and decline. And similarly, and in fact causing this, is we see a shift from openness to closure. But why are these communities becoming closed in a way that that are cutting off their lifeblood? My answer suggests that we should think of these communities as having sort of they have sort of two goals here. Think of 2 things. We should think of them as having one feature. We should have a stock of value. That all of these communities are out there, these knowledge commons. Wikipedia, for example, is trying to build a valuable thing. And we're going to go out there and we're going to get people and we're going to try to encourage them to produce it, to build that stock. And that stock's going to go up. And that stock includes digital artifacts, but it also includes things like goodwill and reputation, right? But that some of this value is appropriable. People, I told you, useful knowledge, right, is a pure example of a non-appropriable good. My argument is that goodwill, some of the things that are happening, some of the value that we're producing is stuff that people can take for themselves. And that what that means is that at the beginning, there's one goal. We have one goal, which is getting people in the door. When every knowledge common starts, all we have is a pure collective action problem. How do we get people to build the thing? But to the extent that we become successful and we build something which is successful, we all of a sudden start attracting people that are interested in appropriating some of that value for themselves. And so we gain a second problem, which is a commons problem later. Okay, so that sounds great, but what is value appropriation in Wikipedia, right? I just told you useful knowledge is like unappropriable. Well, I want to argue that there's a lot of examples of it, and it's things like vandalism. So this is the article on Batman, and you can see that someone has replaced the entire text of it with Batman, which is somehow a song related to Batman. And they got a laugh out of it at the time. I've got a little laugh out of it later. Maybe you find it a little amusing now. But nobody, during the brief period of time that this was the article on Batman in English Wikipedia, got anything other than the answer to the question. So someone got a little laugh, and everyone else, at least for a short period of time, they didn't get any information that they were seeking. It can also come from good faith contributors, people trying to learn, maybe learning on their own, but everyone else, this is the text of the Harlem Shake article, where the entire text of the article is, "Oh God, I didn't mean to delete it all, just one paragraph, please help." This person's learning happens at the expense. It's very, very endearing and earnest. happens at the expense of everyone else. And of course, there are lots and lots of examples of this, and you guys have seen tons of them. I want to show you one more example because it highlights the basic process here, which is that this is the article on Jeremy Renner. If you don't know who Jeremy Renner is, this is his Wikipedia article. He is a actor, singer-songwriter, velociraptor. Jeremy Renner's article has been vandalized repeatedly for more than 10 years to repeatedly describe him as a velociraptor. And the reason that I highlight this is because of what has happened to the Jeremy Renner article, and which has happened to many other Wikipedia articles, which is that due to persistent vandalism, the Jeremy Renner article has been protected. And protected, of course, means that, in this case, new and unregistered users can't edit it. And as a result, the community has made, in order to prevent the bad stuff that was happening to the Jeremy Renner article, they've locked it down. Like, real attacks on the community. And as a result, all the people who know something about Jeremy Renner, who want to contribute but don't have an account that's established, simply can't contribute. This is a kind of organizational closure. And the point is that when Wikipedia was little, when we were young, nobody cared about us. Nobody cared about vandalizing us. No one hired public relations firms to come in and edit their articles. Because we built something which was successful, people now have an interest. And there's a whole bunch of threats that we face now that we didn't face before. So this is basically the model. Think of every knowledge commons as having two things: some stock of value and some amount of openness. And every day in the mail, what we get is a pile of contributions. Some contributions good ones, which will increase our stock, and bad ones, which will decrease it, right? And that what we can do is one thing, because we only have these two features, is we can change our openness. And if we become a little bit less open, we'll block some of the bad stuff, but we'll also block some of the good stuff. And we can be more or less efficient at doing this, right? Like, we might block a lot of the bad stuff, but only block a little of the good stuff, hopefully. That's what's happened. Hard to see this empirically, but we do it. And so what ends up happening is sort of what I've talked about. If we begin really open, good news, we get lots of contributions. If we become a little bit, but we'll also get some bad stuff. In order to react to the bad stuff, we become a little bit closed, and as a result, we get less bad stuff, but we also get less good stuff. And the short version is that for a reasonable set of parameters, many of which are drawn from empirical data from wikis, including a lot of these Wikia wikis and from Wikipedia, we see very similar sort of dynamics. That basically, if a community doesn't begin really open, its chance of becoming successful is very low. But if you do become successful, you begin to build that stock, and they're good news. There's a virtuous cycle. The more visibility we get, the more people know about us, the more people want to contribute. But the more we get attention from the bad people as well, right? And as a result, we become increasingly closed, and the result is that contributions go down. And actually, this is, if we optimize for creating stock, this is the optimal solution given this model. If we incorporate random chance into this, we can reproduce empirical distributions across communities, which is kind of cool. It's funny. This is like, I sort of presented this as like as a theoretical model. I'm actually an empirical social scientist. Almost all of my work is using data, so I'll at least show you a few examples of data points. So part of what you do once you create a model like this is you then can go back to your data and you can look to test theories that emerge from it. So for example, does damage really increase with value? As the community becomes more valuable, do we see more damage? Do communities really become less open when they see more damage? Does changes in openness have this kind of collateral damage feature? And the answer in all cases is sort of yes. This is some analysis that I've done of some data with a former PhD student, Kaylee Champion, where this is the number of estimated damaging edits per day to English Wikipedia. We used Orr's classifier to do this, and you can see that early on there was very little in the way of damaging edits, and the peak in terms of the number of damaging edits that were made to Wikipedia were, as it turned out, right around that peak in terms of editorship. Right now, of course, maybe this is just about volume, so we can look at that. This is the same graph, but with proportions instead of amounts, and it's using a better sample of hand-coded data over a smaller period of time. So these are people that actually looked at edits and coded them as being good faith or damaging. And what you see is that in 2004, less than 5% of all edits were seen as being damaging, and that by 2007, more than a third of all edits became damaging. There's lots of evidence that these commons are becoming less open as they grow. This is from a paper that I published with Aaron Shaw. This one is called, this is the Laboratories of Oligarchy paper. We're showing that essentially, as this is again from data from Wikia or Fandom, that generally speaking, as communities become increasingly large, their probability of adding a new administrator goes through the floor. And the chance that those administrators are going to revert the work, not only of a person with an established history of making good edits, increases substantially. This is some new analysis of data I've done of just protection events. This is the number of pages which are being protected in English Wikipedia. And many of these are like indefinite protections, right? And you can see, I didn't draw the little line there, but the peak in terms of protected articles was also around 2007. That increasingly, as more people are attacking the encyclopedia in various ways, you see an increase in attempts to sort of lock things down to prevent this. And then I guess this is the final piece, which is that around sort of decreases in openness. This is a paper that I published called The Hidden Costs of Requiring Accounts. We looked at 136 or 137 different wikis that hosted by Wikia that had all essentially made a change to, in most cases, because of vandalism and damage, they decided to require accounts. So require people to log in order to contribute, and it was incredibly effective at blocking the bad stuff. 70% on average of the like sort of reverted edits were reduced. But, and this is what people didn't see, depending on how you measure, between 20 and 40% of the good contributions were also reduced. That these, and which means because there's so many more good contributions than vandalism, at least in these wikis, it meant that for every good edit, for every bad edit you blocked 7 good ones, and you don't see the things that aren't happening. Where does that leave us? I think that when I started this project, I was really just like, oh my God, our wikis are becoming closed. They're cutting off the lifeblood. How do we stop this, right? And I've actually kind of, in some sense, really kind of come to terms with this. I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's more like we're facing our communities, and this is the thing I need to think about. Our communities are facing a very real trade-off. To the extent that we become successful, we're facing threats that we were not facing when we were not yet successful, right? And so the question becomes less, should we be more open? Should we be more closed? That's not in the spirit, so on and so forth. It's more a question of how do we manage openness to effectively sustain the commons. I think that we can think of closure as a kind of adaptive institutional response and build maps of the kinds of trade-offs that we're making, right? So requiring accounts is a thing that we can measure the effect of, and which I think is a bad trade-off, because it blocks 6 good things for every bad thing that it blocks. Those bad things better be pretty bad, and for the most part they aren't. There are other kinds of things that we can do, and this model points to very clear things we can do to be more effective in this space. We can, once we embrace this sort of trade-off effective, we can think about what are more efficient forms of closure? What are things we can do which can reduce reduce the cost of the bad thing in terms of the good thing, right? So this might be building bots or classifiers. This might be doing things like having making it, letting the bad stuff happen, but making it cheaper to recover from it. These sorts of things. So point to some things here. I'm really happy to have more conversations about this. I'm out of time. Thank you all for coming and listening to this. I'm going to be talking there's this kind of Q&A in the Village Pump thing. So during lunch from 12:30 to 1, I'm going to be in the Village Pump room and available to talk about this. And I'm also around in the conference and happy to talk more about this with everyone as well. Thank you all for coming and listening to my research. Cool. All right. I am 110% open. Yeah. But I want to make sure there's someone else in the room now, right? Yeah, so let's take the feedback. Is it lunch? No, there's another talk, right? Who's the next person? Who is the next person? Oh, Sheer? Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you all.
science competition in Ukraine. And I'm excited to share the story of this competition with a focus on its development from 2019 to 2024. Its competition is more than a contest. It is a platform for open knowledge, visual storytelling, and science communication. In the next time, I will explore how the competition adapted to the pandemic, responded to the wartime challenges, and grew into a key initiative for documentation science in visual form. We will also examine how it might develop science academic partnership and public outreach. The Wiki Science competition is in international photo context, then promotes science through freely licensed visual media. Its core goal is to illustrate scientific knowledge, research processes, and discover it is accessible ways to broad global audience. This is achieved through platforms like Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons, such a visual and widely resourced. The Ukrainian edition began in 2015 and has since evolved to engage scientists, researchers, photographers, students, and all other who make science visible and participatory. It combines education, documentation, and public engagement in one project. The initiator of this context in Ukraine was the user Helix Theta, and I want to thank her for her contribution to the development and establishment of this project. Together with the user Brunei, they motivated me, among others, to join the organization of this competition. The initial years from 2015 to 2018 focused on testing the format, building the volunteer team, and gradually growing the number of contributors. Those early contexts helped define the need of local participants and introduced many scientists and educators to open licensing and Wikimedia project for the first time. While participation was more modest, the foundation for a more ambitious format were laid. The period shared the basic structure of the context is organized today and fostered a community that found expand in future years. In 2019, the Wiki Science competition in Ukraine reached a high point regarding thematic scope. For the first and only last, unfortunately, time, it includes 7 categories, among them astronomy and colleges. This additional enabled diverse interpretation of science, from deep space imagery to creative visual combination. The photo contest was combined with an article context. As a result, organizers decided to streamline the format in subsequent years. Still, 2019 was a milestone showcasing ambition and experimentation. It paved the way for a more sustainable structure and balanced inclusivity with quality control. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 demanded repeat adaptation. This physical restriction, all outreach and submission support has to move online, organized responses by producing video tutorials, step-by-step guides, the infographic materials, making it easier for participants to engage remotely. Communication with contributors, jury members, and media movement to virtual platform. Despite the uncertainty, participation demands strong, showing the resilience of the open knowledge movement. Significantly, its shift lowered the entry barrier for newcomers, especially students and amateur photographers who previously felt excluded from such initiative. Since 2020, the 5 main categories have formed the stable foundation of the Wiki Science competition in Ukraine. The first category is people in science, humans represented in a research environment. Second category is microscopy. This category focused for image, microscopic structure, and samples. Living organism is photo for plants, animals, cells, and nature of lab settings. Non-photographic media, diagram, chart, and visualization, and of course a general category. Anything else with scientific value, this category often enough flexibility for various fields while maintains coherence. A visual overview of the file can help explain the scope and appearance. In 2020, competition was the 5th in a row. In total, more than 104,000 photos were received, and this year competition was one of the largest of ever in Ukrainian pod competition. The goal of the competition was to collect pictures that documented the world of science, objects and effects of researchers, scientists at work, and the equipment. The competition awards ceremony was held online for the first time on the Zoom platform and with a parallel broadcast on YouTube. The winners received their prizes via the post operation. In Ukraine, this post operator is Nova Poshta. In 2022, before launching the competition, the Ukrainian Wikimedia community conducted an open survey to decide the context should continue during wartime. The majority of respondents support holding the competition despite the circumstances. This decision underscored the value of the initiative, not just a contest, but as a way to support sustain the visibility of Ukrainian science under pressure. It was a strong affirmation of resilience and civil responsibility with the one knowledge ecosystem. The full-scale Russian war for Ukraine in 2022 brought unprecedented disruption to the Ukraine science and to the competition, of course. Many institutions were damaged, evacuated, or forced to suspend operation. In this context, the Wiki Science competition in Ukraine introduced a special category in 2023 that allowed contribution to upload image related to the war impact of science. This includes destroyed infrastructure, temporary laboratories, and tribute to science who lost their lives. The aim was twofold: the document war effect on science and perspective to the memory for those working under the war. And for next years, we show the result, and result will be very valuable because in third place in the number of photos in 2024 competition was the special nomination Consequences of War, to which 44 images to submitted. In this slide, we can see a building physics technical institution for the Karazin University of Kharkiv. This building is not only building because in this institution scientists was working from nuclear. And in this institution have scientists little nuclear reactor. That's why Russian want to destroy this building and to destroy this building, tried to destroy this building for many times. Why I show this picture? Because this picture we show in our webinars. For example, what photos can be downloaded for this special nomination. This photo is very interesting, not only because he focused on the institute and because he have a very detailization description for that. And I want to thank you, user Harkivian, for this because he provided webinars and with including this photo. And of course, we have a winner award ceremony in 2024, and it's it's my personal from 2019. Since 2019 hybrid ceremony, because when we have a pandemic we have only online ceremonies, award ceremonies, and in this year the venue of ceremonies was provided by the State University Kyiv Aviation Institute, and I want to thank the Kyiv Aviation Institute because we have a safe place, we can a very great discussion with our winners and organization teams and jury, and we can don't think about rockets and other weapons who can die all us in all time. That's why I think this ceremony is very important part of adaptation this context was wartime. But not only winner ceremony. We want to protect participant and national security strict, and we rules we modernized rules in categories like living organism and people in science and general, of course. We accept image only for very structured date. In 2022, it's September 1. In 2023 is September 1 too, but another year, of course. In microscopy and non-photographic media has no date restriction. Participants were asked to avoid image that could compromise security, such as military infrastructure, value equipment, or archaeological site in occupied territories. Those steps were vital for backing transparency with education during material law. But without any challenges, the main principles competition are the same. The competition is evaluated by independent jury of science, and submission score on 4 main criteria: scientific relevance, quality descriptions, usefulness for Wikimedia project, and aesthetic values, of course. This ensures international reuse and improve integration into educational resources. The judging process reflects both scientist standards and Wikimedia values. One of the competition strengths in the broad reach. Participants include high school students, graduate researchers, graduate scientists, hobby photographers, educators, and institutional science communicators. This diversity enriched the competition has fostered the science community. For many, the Wikimedia Science competition in Ukraine is the first experience which open licenses of contribution to Wikimedia. For others, it's opportunities to showcase a percentage research. Year after year, the WikiScience competition in Ukraine built bridges between generation, field, the lab, and the public. All image submitted to competition must be realized under the Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike license. This ensures that visuals are freely reusable with proper credit to the author. It also means that they can be used across Wikimedia project, textbook, presentation, and media report. Licensing is not technically, it is central to the mission for open knowledge. Participants learn about intellectual property, fair use, and the ethic of reuse. For Ukrainian, its licensing model promotes global visibility of its science, especially when descriptions are available in both Ukrainian and English. Beyond an educational and scientific rules, the WikiScience competition was deep cultural value. It's captured a snapshot of contemporary science in Ukraine, its struggle, creativity, and global aspiration. In wartime, it became a form of resistance and resilience. In peace, it offers a platform for pride and celebration. The competition is about all a repository of stories. Each image tells a moment, discovery, settlement, questions, or passion. Their stories matter to science and society alike. Science is fundamentally human, driven by curiosity, collaboration, and sustained by courage. Looking ahead, there are several paths for development the WikiScience competition in Ukraine. And of course, it's institutionalization involving university, science academic, and grant agency, collaboration with museum, archives, and educational platform. Of course, it's education, workshop of scientific visualization, open access, and Wikimedia editing. Such efforts can elevate the contest from a voluntarily initiated to recognized national science communication strategy element, which proper support if could become a training, outreach, and global engagement hub. Of course, we want to integrate this competition with global competition. Why I speak about it? Because our competition, we provide our competition year by year by year by year. But global competition, WikiScience competition, it's provided one for 2 years, and many great photos global we don't see at all, and it's so pity. That's why we have changed this situation. But right now we in discussion process in organization team and jury team, and of course we want to have participate in our contest. And for final conclusions, the WikiScience competition in Ukraine represented far more than annual photo contest. It is a living chronicle of the country's scientific landscape, captures thousands of lens of resilience, openness, and creativity. Over the years, this initiative was showed an extraordinary ability to adapt to social, political, and logistical challenges, while continuing to serve a vibrant platform to visual science communication. This is why promoting the competition matters, not just a Wikipedia activity, but as a broader mission. Because science deserves to be documented, to be remembered, to be seen. Thank you for your time and attention. I welcome your questions, ideas, or suggestions, and further developments in initiative together. Let us keep making science visible and accessible to all. And Kate Note, I want to speak. I want to thank organization team. I want to thank jury team. I want to thank participation our contest, because without this, we can provide it. Without this, we can't we see supported, we see interesting, and we provided this context. And we want to be better and better and better and better at all. Thank you. Probably you have some questions for me?
Is there any question from the room? There's no questions from the room at this moment.
Okay, thanks.
And there's no question from the chat either, currently. I think that's it for now. Anything you want to add?
I speak all I want.
Okay, thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks.
Hi, how are you? Well, my name is Jorge. I am part of the Wikimedistas, the Uruguay user group.
Recording in
And
progress.
today I'd like to talk with you about a Wikidata-based web tool called Paulina that I am one of the developers. I developed it with some friends from Uruguay and other countries. And Paulina is a tool to search for authors and works from different countries, identify if those works are in the public domain or not, and access them when they are available on different places like Wikisource and Wikimedia Commons, but also in external sources like Internet Archive or Project Gutenberg and other places. The tool Paulina is aimed at people from GLAM institutions, but also for researchers, teachers, students, and in fact every person interested in digital cultural heritage and the public domain. Well, here is the QR code. The URL is paulina.toolforge.org, and the code repository is on Wikimedia's GitLab. You can, if you like, you can scan the code. Then I will show you the app, how it works. Let's start by what's the problem we are trying to address with this tool. As you know, copyright is enormously complex. It has very, very long terms, and the terms differ from one country to another. And also there is a lack of reliable data about which works are in the public domain in many countries. Especially this lack of information is serious in countries from the global south. And this problem affects GLAM institutions, librarians, but also users when they try to access or make digitization projects and reuse the works in different ways. So Wikidata is a great tool. Oops. Sorry. That was the slide about the problem. And now, this is the slide about that Wikidata is a great tool to address this problem because it has a lot of information about this kind of things like items of authors, of works, and also about things like copyright terms. So our idea is to use Wikidata to address this problem. It has a lot of advantages. It is global. It is collaborative. It has thousands of active users from many countries collaborating. And also, very importantly, it is connected to GLAM databases through identifiers. But it has some limitations for this task. The main one is that it is a general purpose database. I mean, it's not it's great that it is a general purpose database, but it's not specifically focused on cultural heritage and the public domain, and so it hasn't an interface especially designed to access this kind of information. And what is more, and this is really, yes, a problem, it has big information gaps about works and our cultural heritage from the global south countries. So here is where Paulina comes in. Paulina is a web app, as I said, that aims to leverage these advantages that I told you and overcome its limitations through and tries to make an interface for visualizing and accessing information about works and authors. This is how the homepage looks. It has the search form and some clickable examples about works and authors. I invite you to visit the site as I continue presenting and how it works, if you like. And well, the first thing you can do, obviously, is from the homepage, is to search for authors or works by name or keyword. Right next to the search form, there is a selector that allows you to switch between the type of search. And this search and everything you'll see in the next slides is powered by the Wikidata API. When you hit enter, it is calling Wikidata. There are also some search filters below the search form that you can see here. For example, for authors, you have a gender, nationality, and public domain status. And for works, you have type of work, country of origin. It's useful to filter the results. We are working on adding many more filters that will allow you to further refine the search, and we think that it is a key feature to make it really useful, the tool. And recently we added the possibility of searching using just filters without a keyword to obtain, for example, lists of, I don't know, female authors from Kenya or musical works from Uruguay or things like that I think can be very useful, for example, for organizing events when you are, I don't know, editing about music or literary works and so on. It can be interesting for event organizers. But when, for example, you search for an author and click on one of the results, you go to the author's profile, which has useful information for copyright clearance, for example, nationality, date of birth and death, place of birth and death. It looks like this. The profile also has links to Wikipedia, Commons, Wikisource, etc., when they are available. And there's also a link to Wikidata that invites you to edit the item if there is missing or wrong information. It's very funny, sometimes you detect vandalism on this tool. And well, it invites you to edit Wikidata. Then, one thing that I forgot is that in the author's profile, there is a button, that orange button. It says Search Works. So you can click there, and you get a list of works by that author. It's a query, it's a Wikidata query. And well, you obtain the list. And you can click on one of those works. Well, sometimes you don't find a lot of works, but that is also because of the data gaps that we have, especially from less famous authors. No? But when you click on one work, you go to the profile of the work, which has relevant information also for copyright clearance, and very importantly, when there is an online version available of the work, the profile provides the link to access it on Wikisource, on Commons, on Archive, on Gutenberg, etc. Everything using the different properties and site links of the Wikidata item. But well, now I'll briefly focus on a question that maybe you may be asking, it's how does the tool calculate the public domain status of a work or of an author? And well, this is a very, very difficult thing that we are continuously trying to improve. But well, right now, for authors, the tool makes a rough estimate. If the author died more than 100 years ago, the tool tells you that they are in the public domain worldwide. For living authors or those who died less than 50 years ago, the tool says that are under copyright, and the authors who die between 50 and 100 years, the tool at this moment tells you that tells you to look at individual works. But over time, we want to improve this and refine how this estimate is made for authors and start taking the information directly from Wikidata. And this is what we do for works. There is a Wikidata property called copyright status, which Paulina takes for works and displays very prominently in the there in the work profile. And for authors, there is also a property called copyright status as a creator, but it is not so much used, so it's necessary to fill some gaps, and we will try to go that way, to start using 100% the data from Wikidata to make these kind of calculations. I mean, building a global public domain calculator is a huge effort. It's very difficult. It's not only the date of birth of an author, because there are different terms for different kinds of works. Sometimes it comes from the author's death, and other times from the publication of the work. I mean, it's very complex, very difficult, but we are trying to make to go as far as possible. Okay. Well, as we saw in the case of works, we use the Wikidata information for copyright clearance to know the status, and I'll try to I don't know if there in the copyright section it says public domain in United States and has a link to the States, and public domain in countries with 80 years post-mortem authorities after the death of the author or shorter, and also there's a link. So if you click on that link, you get the list of countries with terms that fulfill that condition. And you can click on any country, and you will see the specific country's copyright term. For example, in this case, Uruguay has a term of 70 years after the death of the author. A term. So the website also has a tab, top left, called Countries and Terms, that allows you to quickly find the copyright term of any country. You have, if you click on that tab, you go to the complete list of countries with their copyright terms, and that's if instead of searching for works, you just want to quickly know copyright information about a country. And we recently added some statistics also for the countries page. Currently, the page only shows the number of works identified on Wikidata as being in public domain for that country. But well, you will see again, large information gaps. There are, for some countries, there aren't identified on Wikidata any work, and for others there are a lot. But well, we want to improve the country statistics page and make it more useful. I think this page of a country can be very useful also for event organizers when they try to create lists of different kinds of works from one country, etc., or authors from a country to work on them. Finally, the website is multilingual. At this moment, there are 12 languages to choose from. It would be great if you could help translate the tool into new languages, especially African languages. From the 12 languages, there are no African languages at this time. It would be great. Well, after this this tour through the app, well, what do we want to achieve with this tool and this project in general? Well, we want to build a Wikidata-based search interface that is global and really multilingual, and that would be a place to go to search for cultural heritage. We also want to explore the possibility of building other versions of this tool that would be national, regional, or thematic versions according to the needs of different GLAM communities. And also we want the tool to be used to identify gaps of knowledge and improve the existing information on Wikidata. And we aim to use the tool to propose also improvements in the way information about the public domain is modeled on Wikidata. And well, we are working on several things to improve the tool. Our next steps include adding better search filters, as I told you before. For example, year of birth and death of authors, or more detailed options for types of works. We will also work on a redesign, as I said, of the countries page with more statistics, with more exploration features. Well, we would like to be more translations to be made, and also one thing that in which we want to work is on providing a friendly interface to edit Wikidata through the tool. At this time, Paulina just provides links to the Wikidata items and invites the user to edit the item through the link, but it would be it would facilitate some kind of quick additions if the tool directly provides that possibility. And well, also we are working on the technical side, on improving the documentation of the tool and building a staging environment to facilitate collaboration as some folks joined to collaborate on the code. And well, as I said, we want to test local versions of the tool. We have a very preliminary version of a local version that you can see here. That this is our Uruguayan portal available at dominiopublico.ui, publicdomain.ui. It is very similar to the main tool, but it is focused solely in Uruguay. When you search for authors and works, the results are filtered, are already filtered, and the information about the public domain is adapted to the Uruguayan copyright terms. it is easier to model for the copyright term, the copyright status of works for just one country. And also, we are including different identifiers from local libraries and museums catalogs, and linking to those catalogs. So it will also help doing partnerships with these institutions. And well, local versions, I think that could provide more granular and flexible ways to show information, more specific information. Well, these are the technologies that we use to build the tool. The main thing is the different APIs available for getting data from Wikidata. But also, well, the app is hosted in ToolForge, which is the free hosting platform provided by the Wikimedia Foundation for projects related to Wikimedia things. The app is developed in Python using the web framework called Flask, and for internationalization we use a software called Babel. At this moment, the translation platform is Weblate, which is a very common platform, but we would like to migrate it to Translate Wiki, which would be a more natural place to have the translation system. How to collaborate? Well, you can help translate the tool. You can request a feature. We are super open to feature requests, but because we want it to be useful, and we are hearing for different use cases to add, I don't know, different kind of things that you need. Or also you can report a bug, that there are a lot. And finally, if you have technical skills, you can contribute code. We are open to merge requests, and that's. And well, also I'd like to talk a bit about collaboration beyond Paulina, because this is intends to be a tool to be used for to work on a bigger task, to help the community while they collaborate, strengthening the public domain in our countries. And so from this project of this tool, we are collaborating also in a regional project called Strengthening the Latin American Public Domain with Wikidata, with which we recently received a grant from the Wikimedia Foundation, in which we are planning to do different workshops and campaigns, editing campaigns about Wikidata and the public domain in several countries of Latin America, in Uruguay, in Chile, in Mexico, and Colombia. And well, the aim of this project is to address these knowledge gaps, to work directly on Wikidata to fill these gaps, to work with different cultural institutions in order to use their catalogs and their information to improve the cultural heritage data. And well, within the framework of this regional effort, we created an on-wiki project called Dominio Público en América Latina, Public Domain in Latin America, which is available in Spanish and Portuguese. And in this wiki project, we are trying to systematize which properties and qualifiers we can use to describe the copyright status of a work or author in different countries, the different identifiers of libraries and museum catalogs in order to create or improve items of authors and works, among other things. And we are also modeling the information about copyright terms in different countries, starting from Latin America, because we are trying here to include information on Wikidata, not only about the general copyright term of a country, but also special terms for different types of works. For example, anonymous works, collaborative works, etc. So if we are successful in modeling in a good way this information, then that project of a global public domain calculator, we would be nearer to, closer to that goal. Well, these are the organizations that support the project, Wikimedistas de Uruguay, and also other organizations from the free knowledge movement in Uruguay. And well, we have some time for questions, comments, or use cases that you like to share with us. Yes. Is there a mic?
Do you hear me? I have two questions. One of them, it's a great project. I like it, but I see some works, and I know this work have several translation to several languages, and I see these translations different, but they don't link. Paulina don't show that they project. What it is only a translation of one work.
If I don't know if I catch the question, you are asking if Paulina tells you if there are translations of one work. I mean, when, for example, if you, I don't know, if you search for I don't know, Frankenstein. I don't know, the work Frankenstein. It will the search will give you the different editions of that. If it is linked to the item of it is, if Wikidata says that this is an edition version or translation of the Frankenstein work, it will appear on the search results. It will not link one to the other, but they will appear on listed on search results. But that can be an easy feature to add because they are linked on Wikidata.
But you don't plan to link the different translation in Paulina.
I don't know if I catch the. Sorry.
You don't want to make that they linked. Then you open this one work and you see. Also, you can see this work in German language, on Polish language, and so on.
Well, for example, if you access at this moment, if you access the item in Paulina, the item of, for example, again, Frankenstein, it catches all the site links, and the site links, for example, for Wikisource, it has the different Wikisource languages. So it can tell you Wikisource in what language there is. Sometimes you will not see that because you are accessing an edition of the work who has only one Wikisource site link with, but other times.
Maybe it works for famous
But
works like
yes,
Frankenstein.
it's a good feature. It's really a thing that I think it can be improved to link more. If you go to one edition to have the links to the other versions of the work.
Okay, I have another question about copyright, because in many different countries we have different copyright laws, and you, as I understand, you plan to add all information about copyright laws in each country.
Yeah.
Because
yes,
sometimes it's very complicated.
Yes. Yes. Luckily, there are, for example, in Wikisource, there is a big and complete table with the different copyright terms for specific types of works that I think we can model. There are the appropriate properties we have on Wikidata for that. We have to do it. We started by the Latin American, and I think that once we have all that information modeled, we will be closer to that global public domain calculator that we are all, I think, hope we can have.
Thank you. Your project is very great.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. This is interesting. And is this related at all to Autores.ui? You know the project I mean?
Autor. Yes, I come from there.
Okay. Exactly. Rodrigo Barbano showed
Yes,
me
I worked
that
with him.
Yeah. Okay. I think, so as far as I understand, this tool relies exclusively on Wikidata, right? It shows you only what's in Wikidata.
Yes.
So to become more useful, it would depend on greatly enriching what Wikidata knows about works and books, because authors, the situation is pretty good on Wikidata.
Yes.
But the works, the books, are largely missing
Yes.
beyond some top layer of very famous books. Most of the works of most of the authors are not modeled on Wikidata, kind of on purpose. There was the Are you familiar with the discussions in Wikidata project books, where they were thinking how to model books, etc.? And there
Yes.
was also talk about mass ingestion of all of Open Library or all of, and the
Yes.
decision was against mass ingestion because it's too messy and has lots of duplicates and would require a lot of cleanup, and I get that. But I'm wondering if you have either plans to encourage some more careful but still mass ingestion,
Yes.
or external sources for this tool to also query library catalogs. Or
At this moment, we are working. The thing is that I know that there is a discussion about this that is similar to discussion about scholarly research in some way. But on the other hand, for Latin American cultural heritage, I mean, we don't have the items of very important books. We are trying to work with catalogs, not to upload massively all the catalog, but we know that we need to work with those sources to bring that data to Wikidata. Because if not, all the Global North books that are already on Wikidata will, I mean, they are already, and we won't, and we we don't want to remove them, but we are on a disadvantage, and we need, I think we need that kind of information on Wikidata, but it's, you have a point that we have to also work with other sources for those works that maybe are not for Wikidata, for those kind of materials. I mean, for example, 25 different editions of a Uruguayan book, for example, I think that for that kind of things, we could use other sources. At this moment, also, it uses just Wikidata information, but also through identifiers goes to other places and retrieves some information from other places. But good point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hello. Yes, just to add that it's a great tool, and I'm happy to know about it. A quick question will be, when you query, like when you ask Paulina for maybe an author or an artwork, does it bring up names just in case there's a spelling mistake on the name that you inputted, or even on Wikidata where sometimes there are mistakes in the label, so it brings out suggestions so that you could select because you know which one you are going for. Yeah, just to find out about that.
Yes. I don't know if I catch correctly what you're saying. The search is done through the same. It's the same as if you searched directly on Wikidata. It has some. It gets some results that are similar to your search, but also you will find a lot of errors because it's just getting the Wikidata information, and every 5 searches you will find one that it has that you will have to correct, but the tool provides you the link to the item so you can correct the labels or add the labels in your languages and so on.
Yes.
We have 2 minutes more.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to know, apart from Wikidata, right, does the platform work, collaborate with other open source platforms? Because I can see Internet Archives. Also, how do you collaborate with them?
It's very easy because on the Wikidata items, you have a Internet Archive ID. Some works have that Internet Archive ID or Gutenberg ID, or also there is a property that it says the URL where the work is available, and that's super easy. Working with identifiers it's nice and it helps a lot. One minute, one question. Well, if there are no more questions, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session. This is a session about decolonizing knowledge on Wikipedia. This is a global issue, a responsibility for each of us. So the idea is to really have a roundtable discussion with all of us. That's why we are organized in roundtables. There is an Etherpad you can see online. The link is also on the presentation. So don't hesitate to add your thoughts, your example to this Etherpad, also to participate online. Some of the people that are listed this is an ongoing conversation in the Wikimedia movement. But what we'd like to focus on today is really to bring some examples, bring some experiences, so really the how-to. So what does it mean, decolonizing knowledge? What can we do? What we are already doing? So please, this is an open conversation. We'll start, and of course, we'll give you the floor in the time limit that we have. So, you want to start? Just to have.
Hello, everybody. This afternoon, right? Yes, this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. King Peter Khan. I'm a Nigerian, and the topic of decolonizing knowledge on Wikipedia has been ongoing for some time now. And I'm here to share some experiences we've had from this part of the world where I come from, the global south, Nigeria. And currently, I have some students who are working, as we speak currently in Nigeria, in an effort to decolonize knowledge and write about our built heritage by ourselves. Right? They asked that I give them this shout out, so I had to do it very quickly so I don't forget. All right. I'm more particular about the heritage sector in Nigeria. I'm more affiliated with GLAM organizations, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums in the country. And I would want to bring it out here again for the second time that most of our built heritage, our cultural heritage, have been documented by non-Nigerians. So if right now I'm doing a PhD in architecture under the arm of history, and a book I have to read is written by a non-Nigerian, and we'll have it in 3 volumes. Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3, and all 3 volumes are documented and written by a non-Nigerian. So recently I wrote an article on Wikipedia about the Mbari House. The Mbari House is a local house that's made of clay, and the person who has documented about the Mbari is Herbert M. Cole, who was in Nigeria earlier on and was privy to these festivals, and he took pictures. We had about 150 of these mud houses. He took pictures, the art, the sculptures, the music, the dance, and currently the most referenced document from Mbari art and house or architecture in Nigeria is a book by a non-Nigerian, and this is an Igbo traditional art. So what are we doing currently as people, as a people, to try to decolonize this knowledge? He is not a Nigerian, and probably there are some aspects of the culture and the way people think that he may not really capture. It may have been tourism for him, fun, exciting, and he may have documented these things from his own perspective, right? And as much as it's helping academic scholarship in the country, we still have to come out and rewrite some of these stories. We still have to come out and upload new images, write about these articles again and again, review again and rewrite them. And so we are currently doing that in the best of our knowledge and the best way we know how to. So I don't want to speak too much, so other people have an opportunity to say something as well. So yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go after Luther King. Hello everyone, I'm Donia from Egypt. Currently I'm Egypt Wikimedia User Group Communication Officer, and I'm also Wiki in Africa Tools Facilitator and Wiki Africa Hour Production Coordinator. Actually I know Yolanda by Wiki Africa Hour, so this is our meeting point. Wiki Africa Hour is a monthly live podcast, and each month we host a different topic related to the Wikimedia community. We sometimes do like non-Wikimedia partnership as well. So what we did in one of our episodes is that we host an episode about decolonizing knowledge. It was in last February, and it was one of our greatest episodes throughout Wiki Africa Hour. We invited many people who are interested in this topic to share their experience and share their work in their project related to this scope. We managed to reveal some experience from different regions, from Switzerland, from Brazil, from Nigeria. By Luther King was one of our guest speakers. And one of our guest speakers was from Cameroon as well, and she was non-Wikimedian, so it was like an opportunity to have non-Wikimedian partnerships in our live show as well. So it was like the beginning and the idea to have this collaborative work in this interesting topic. Should I? I don't want to speak more, but actually in WikiAfrica Hour, it's not just this episode that talking about decolonizing knowledge, because this is like a concept we already have, to have like many guests from different regions in each episode and each topic we present, to have many ideas, many perspectives, not just to like localize our efforts in like a specific region, but to have different countries and different voices to share their knowledge and their projects all over the world, in Africa and outside Africa. So yeah, go on, Yolanda.
Maybe give the word to Evelyn. Would you like to say something about the work you do?
Sure. I'm not sure that we frame our work. So hi everyone, I'm Evelyn from Wikimania de Uruguay. And so I'm not so sure whether like our work is really framed in the decolonizing knowledge necessarily. So most of the work that we do, sorry, I'm like trying to like find my way into like what I want to say. So Wikimania de Uruguay is part of a working group on climate justice and Wikimedia projects that works mainly in Spanish-speaking Latin America. And so a lot of the work that we do has to do with environmental topics and climate change and sustainability issues. And so one of the things that we've identified in this context is, of course, like there's a knowledge gap. There's also the global south, global north divide when it comes to climate science. But also there are like some specific problems that have to do with a lot of like traditional knowledges that are often not considered by traditional Western science, right? So for example, all the stuff related, or all the knowledges related to medicinal plants, related to traditional knowledges around like the earth, environment, like the connection that we have with the earth and the environment, and that in particular in the context of Latin America, are very much related to indigenous cultures. And I'm not the best representative to talk about indigenous cultures because I'm from an European descent background, but we do have a lot of communities that are working within this framework of climate justice in these topics. And so I think that like my main key takeaway on this is like actually being able to create space for those communities to show up. And we have a lot, and like here I want to like highlight the work that Wikimeistas de Bolivia and Wikiacción Peru have done to bring that knowledge to the forefront of the conversation. And like they've done an amazing work within the working group to actually like create that space. And so that's kind of my main key takeaway.
Hello, hello. Hello, I'm Isla. I'm from Wiki in Africa, but the other project that I wanted to talk about is Wiki Loves Africa. We, almost everything that we do is about decolonizing knowledge across Africa because it is about changing that very sparse local contribution landscape and having local knowledge being contributed by local people. And we activate communities by bringing them together around kind of like fun things. And one of the fun things that we do is Wiki Loves Africa, which we believe, but citation is needed, just to be clear, is the largest photographic competition across Africa. And what is quite incredible about Wiki Loves Africa, we've had over 140,000 images submitted over the last 11 years by around about 11,000 photographers, excuse me, not just 11. That would be quite a feat. And it's the power of actually the change, those micro perception changes that happen when somebody sees an African image that illustrates a global concept. And because, you know, Africa in winter, it doesn't have a so-called snowy landscape, but it does still have winter, and so, or multiple other representations. And so there's, to have Africa's experiences and reflected within universal topics, as well as be able to represent their own topics, is really important. And of the around about 15% of all of the images that are now on Wikipedia, those have been seen 1.9 billion times. So, no, I think it's more now. I think it's 2.5. It's really, really rather impressive, like how many images, and those, it's just one image, one view at a time, and those little micro changes. But it also means that Africans see themselves represented, and it also inspires photographers to contribute to the Wikimedia movement and bring them in. So that's our tactic.
So I would like to open to anyone who wants to maybe share an approach. I think, oh, immediately, great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariana Fossati. I am coming from Uruguay. I am part of Whose Knowledge user group. Well, essentially my work is, the description of my work is Decolonizing Wikimedia co-lead. It's a program that I co-lead with my colleague Sunshine, who is also around. Well, in Whose Knowledge, the interesting thing is that we not only have a program to decolonize Wikimedia, in Wikipedia, different Wikimedia projects, but also connected with our other programs in language justice, in liberatory archives and memories, in indigenous knowledge, a program called Honoring Our Guardians. And I think that which is important for us in Whose Knowledge is not only to, of course, to make visible of all the gaps and the biases that exist on Wikipedia, the obstacles for people from different marginalized communities to edit and to bring their own knowledges in their own terms. It's not only about that, but it's also about power, about challenging existing structures of powers, because colonization is not something, an obscure chapter of the past in humanity. It's an ongoing process. It's still happening in different ways. Is reproduced culturally in the media, in the by the big tech industry, in the big knowledge sector, museums, libraries, archives. This is also happening by real and concrete violence in these days. It's happening in Palestine, in South Sudan, in Congo, in Haiti, in Ukraine, in many parts of the world in which there is a deliberate erasure of knowledges, of experiences. For instance, we documented through just gathering different reports about all the damages caused by Israel in Gaza to archives, libraries, museums, and then how all that memory is being just deliberately erased by using direct violence. And yes, the question I just want to bring here is how can we as Wikimedians to break that silence, to address that in terms of, you know, we cannot claim that we are trying to make available the sum of all knowledge of humanity if we are witness this erasure and we are not trying to make our best to help with making this situation visible as it is, as part of a colonization project. So yes, you can find in Whose Knowledge, if you want to read that report on how this is happening in Palestine, and if you want to join us in making something similar for other parts of the world, of course, we are open to collaboration and also to with any other wiki project trying to address that. But I think in general in the movement and in Wikimania in special, we need to dare to break silence and speak about this more openly, more directly, because I think it really concerns, it really affects what we do everywhere, every day and everywhere. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much. In an attempt to try to break the silence and decolonize knowledge in the African context, there's been a major challenge, and that's trying to provide references for Wikipedia. Because some of these things we're trying to review and rewrite on Wikipedia or Wikimedia Commons, we cannot really reference them, or Wikidata. And so there was an article in 2021, an Oba of Benin City in Nigeria, just to share that we had recently received over 100 artifacts from Netherlands in repatriation, and that's really good. And we're talking about trying to also rewrite the histories of those artifacts and write them correctly as well. It's also part of decolonization, right? But we don't have any reference for those artifacts because they've not been in our country. Nobody has really written about them, and it's a challenge to get reference to tell the stories right. So this is where I'm going to quote Ayla about the Wiki Loves Africa that happens yearly in Africa. And I'm trying to see, is it possible or is there a chance where recordings that come in during this beautiful event or campaign can be referenced for the articles? Because currently I'm rewriting that article, or rather a student is rewriting the article who I'm supervising about the Obas Cultural Center. And we don't have so much information, and we are not sure it will stand in Wikipedia because admins are really working to and fro looking for articles to bring down. So yeah, that's a challenge. How do we reference these articles and these things we are doing to decolonize knowledge? It's an ongoing conversation. We're looking for better ways to make sure that we continue decolonizing knowledge, but through media, which seems to be more easier than writing, because in writing you must reference. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Also, I wanted to acknowledge a lot of work that have been done in the movement in the past years. Obviously, we're not all of us are not here. So work about oral sources, and references, as Luther King was mentioning, is definitely an important topic. Also, how to include different references, how to also do study to understand how the situation is currently affecting articles. Also the work, of course, related to increasing the number of authors, also the diversity, creating events, enlarging the community, and I can cite just Afro Crowd or Norcia Wikipedia in Switzerland, but there are so many groups that are really active in those areas. It's also interesting the involvement of experts and researchers, international communities, GLAMs, as also we were talking about intervention related to content, from identifying knowledge gaps to also work, of course, to increase content in specific topics or by addressing languages. Also, the work of knowledge on data and also the categories, the kind of discourse we have related to structured data and how we can reframe it also with attention. For example, there have been work related also to how community wants to call themselves, so not, and including this in Wikidata and making sure that we also acknowledge also this, the way we choose terms. Images, this is an example, obviously very well known of Wiki Loves Africa. Grants, there is also a strategy of supporting, obviously more broadly, and of course discussion. I wanted also to mention forking is another approach. It's quite well known, the EcuRed project. This was the encyclopedia that Cuba wanted to create to really have its own voice. This is also an option that we provide with the kind of license we have. So just to remind of some of the great things that the community is already doing, and if you would like to add also your experience, your project.
Yes, one of the things that struck me as a young gentleman was the knowledge gap, right, in Africa. When you compare the continent of Antarctica, which is largely uninhabited, right, and compare that to Africa, which has millions, hundreds of millions of inhabitants, the language, the number of articles on Africa was less than 10%, which was very sad. So personally, support of Wikimedia, through the support of Open Foundation West Africa, we have a number of hubs in Africa, in Ghana, and I currently head the Kumasi Wiki Hub, okay, which usually is which is situated in KNU, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where we empower the university students, right, to come up to write articles about Africa, right? And also not just articles, also can contribute via media, okay, through pictures and other avenues, right, to help project, to increase the, to help close the gap, right? Because if we as Africans, if we as Ghanaians can't tell our story, who do we expect to tell our story for us? So through sensitizing them, through empowering them, through training, right, they get the opportunity to also, in one way or the other, contribute to decolonizing the information on Wikipedia, right? So that's one way or the other how we are helping to close the gap. Yes. Yes.
Well, just to share like one of part of the work that we do in Wikiaction Peru. I'm from Peru. And talking about how to decolonize knowledge, there's an ongoing topic that we dialogue with our colleagues in Bolivia also, that is how we perceive knowledge and how do we recollect knowledge. I know that when we work, for example, with indigenous communities or local indigenous oral communities, language oral communities, and for us it's important, or we give a lot of value beyond words to sound, no? And we have this like a flag of sound as memory and Wikimedia Commons as a repository of living memory. So I say this because I think it's the place. Is being Wiki a really reliable source because we have to reference all the information that is there. How can we reference saberes ancestrales, ancestral knowledge, or knowledge that is oral knowledge? And how can we justify this type of knowledge in a platform that has this academic structure? So just that.
All right, my name is Jonathan from Ghana. To me, decolonizing the knowledge on the internet doesn't only involve around the English language. I believe that there are a lot of languages on Wikipedia. So when it comes to Ghana, we have a lot of languages. But when you go on Wikipedia, you don't see any. So we decided that we are going to do our part through Open Foundation West Africa. So we have a program that deals with translation. So what we basically do is we translate the English articles that concerns Africans into the local language. So we have about 3 languages that we work with: the Twi language, we have the Ewe language, and then the Fanti language. So we organize challenges for these Wikimedians to write articles. You don't write a new article. What you do is you go to Wikipedia, English Wikipedia, and then you translate the articles into the local language. So currently, if you go to the Twi Wikipedia, you have something for you to read. If you go to Ewe Wikipedia, you have something to read. So with this, we are also decolonizing the knowledge gap on Wikipedia. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will say a bit, in addition to what my brother said. I'm also Emmanuel Asilijo from Ghana. And we are also working on an indigenous language, which is Fanti. And we didn't just focus on documenting the culture or the traditional system in that indigenous language by just translating stuff from English Wikipedia to Fancy, but rather also taking a photo walk where we were covering footage of various cultures being celebrated in the Fancy lands and were being uploaded on Wikicommons, where a lot of culture, diverse cultures being celebrated in the Fancy land, both from central region and the western region part of Ghana, were being taken whenever these cultures or these festivals are being celebrated. We just have a photo walk there, then we upload the photos on Wikicommons to also just showcase the festivals being celebrated in Ghana, which is by Fanti people.
Thank you very much. I don't know, somebody in... thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So in terms of decolonizing knowledge, based on my experience, what we've been trying to do, as of 2021 to 2023, I worked on a Moskins Foundation project that was titled Who We Are. The essence of that project was for we as Africans to be able to tell our own stories. And just like he rightly said, there are actually more articles about the city of Paris than there is about the 54 countries of Africa, and even Antarctica as well. So one thing we needed to do was to do a lot of outreach and, should I say, mindset renewal. And the reason for this was that if we don't tell our stories, nobody will tell it for us. And even if someone else comes to tell it, they will tell it from their own perspective. So we needed to do a lot of outreach to tell people that this is what is existing, and we needed to have this mindset shift. And so people started contributing to articles about their villages, their different parts of Africa, their histories, their festivals, and as many things as possible. They also did this in both French language Wikipedia, there was on English Wikipedia, various African language Wikipedias as well. And another thing that I also have kept talking about, someone mentioned oral citation. The reason for this is that I would say, should I say, knowledge is not equal. When you move from place to place, you see that there's something peculiar to these people. Like when you go to the West, they have a lot of written citations, that things you can reference easily. But when you come to Africa, a lot of stories are told orally. And if the movement can be more open-minded to also accept oral citations, and if we look into this, we'll be able to like put out maybe rules on what should be cited and how should this be used, then it will help in making the knowledge more inclusive and decolonized to an extent, even though we do not like maybe like do it 100%, but then there has to be this mindset shift in any region we are coming from. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking about mindset shift, I kind of struggle. My name is Zita, and I work as an editor with Global Voices. And so I've been writing and editing articles about the Sub-Saharan Africa region and about decolonizing the internet. I've been challenged with also decolonizing my mind, because even though the colonizer has left our countries, the impact is still deep, in the sense that our educational systems were developed or designed by colonial systems. So no matter how hard we try to decolonize the internet, the bias is still there in in our minds, and it's been a challenge. And I hope that we all can find solutions together to decolonize our minds and the internet.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like the microphone?
So this is just a point that I know that we've heard a lot from so-called global south or developing country voices, but there are a lot of marginalized people in the so-called developed areas as well. We don't hear from a lot of sectors of society in Europe and in Americas, and I think that's also something that needs to be addressed. But you can use our tactics if you want, that's fine.
In Switzerland, we did recently a project about decolonizing knowledge, because around 15 exhibitions have been focusing on Swiss colonial history and about decolonizing, what does it mean, also Museum of Natural Science, how they are organized, how collections have been created, and of course all the issue of repatriation, in particularly the Benin sculpture, bronze, are at the center of a lot of attention right now. So there have been an incredible number of exhibitions. So we used those exhibitions to engage GLAMs in opening their content. And actually, this was very interesting. We found that addressing exhibition rather than GLAMs, so institution, was extremely effective, because exhibitions are already ready for consumers. They're ready to communicate. They easily organize a guided tour. So this is something that was an unexpected result of the project, but maybe useful for the GLAM approach. Also something useful was that we could collect quite quickly images, contribution. But of course, this also raised a lot of problems. Well, it was nice for Wikipedians to be exposed to this topic, because there's not a lot of awareness. So as we were saying, shifting minds, starting talking about this topic is also important. So visiting those exhibitions was a quick and interesting thing to engage a broader audience. But also using those content to be uploaded. And then there were obviously problems about what you can access, what is ethical, because obviously also opening content is critical. In particular, if you are deciding to giving back the bronze to Nigeria, do you own the rights of those images? So this is a challenge also in the discussion. Also, the exhibition about colonialism in Switzerland was very concerned about photography. It was not allowed. And also they brought up the problem of how Africans were represented during colonialism, and also if we want those images to be used in article and made visible, because of course those exhibitions are organized internationally, so the team were very broad. And the last issue that emerged was we tried to talk about decolonizing knowledge, not only related to colonial history, but also related to our own knowledge. So also a small museum in the Alps was involved, and they were talking about children's labor. It's one of the shameful story of the Alps. A lot of children were sold as chimney swappers. So there was a children labor. And it's a story that people don't tell because it's too painful, and also families are obviously ashamed of it. So also talking about power dynamics, who is not represented in our history, the voices, I think is also a topic that it's interesting for each of us, and also really question the way we approach knowledge.
All right, just to conclude here, I would really want to bring it out there that in decolonizing knowledge, we're looking at how this information was curated, who curated them, and what was the mindset behind the curation. So much more than translating these articles to your local languages, we're looking at the source and the origins of this information, and that is what we want to correct. We're not just looking at, oh, let's rewrite this in our language so that it has more expression. We're looking at what was the mindset of the author of this article. Does it reflect the mind of the people, the local people in whatever region you're from? We want to write this, how do people write it, right? So I have just two few examples before maybe I hand over to anybody who wants to give concluding remarks. There's a heritage site in Nigeria called the Soko Landscape, and the photograph was taken by a non-African, but the description was left empty. And while I was looking at heritage sites in Nigeria on Wikimedia Commons, I came across that picture, and I had to describe that picture. Now, a very good example could be that the descriptions we had of the Mbari house by Herbert M. Cole in his book, The Mbari Art, were practically very shallow, not to demean the work he has done, which was very good. But if those works were to be described by a local citizen, now this is where you come in, I come in. When we see these things on Wikipedia, thank God it's an open platform. Everybody has the ability to rewrite these things to represent what they actually mean. So you're not just going to translate what is already written, but you're going to rewrite it the right way. And that's very, very important. So I don't know if there's any other contribution, anybody, last comments?
I have a question, which is, how can ignorant people like me from the global north be most useful? There are some ways in which we have skills which can be misdirected. I don't want to do that. I would like to know what kind of patterns of collaboration between the global south and global north can best serve the instruments, what you're trying to see, more knowledge that has been excluded.
Okay, Evelyn wants to give an answer to that.
Okay, can I help answer that?
Sure.
So I think the main thing that keeps on being a divide is resources. Like, resources are still concentrated on global north countries. Like, this is the reality of it all. And so most of the work that people like Luther King are doing, and like Tochi and others, like, really needs resources. And like, I'm not saying it like to you personally, but I think that like oftentimes what we see happens in academic settings and in research settings and in university settings is that they'll say, oh, we'll do research on decolonization and indigenous knowledges and what this and that, and then they pay less to the African and Latin American researchers and Southeast Asia researchers that are doing the work, and then they keep all the money to themselves. Like, I'm sorry to be like so cruel on like saying it this way. And so like the concentration of resources, who gets the resources, is still a big ongoing question. And then the other thing is like, while I appreciate like the question a lot, I think that it's also important that there's work that needs to be done on the side of the people that are the colonizers, including me, like with all my problems that I have with my own identity as a Latin American, etc. But like, that cannot be asked from the people that are like suffering the effects and impacts of colonization to be done. So that's work that you need to read, you need to research, you need to like do the legwork to meet people where they are too. And like last and third, I think that the important thing also to acknowledge, and like this is something that Olga from Wikimedistas de Bolivia said, which I think is great. It's like, we need to also acknowledge that intercultural dialogue takes time and takes patience. And so sometimes, like, you know, like we're in different settings, and I'm saying this Wikimedia movement, but other international settings as well, right? It's like people that like have good levels of English, then like they feel like pressure because like, you know, like, for us, it takes us time to like say things in English and whatever, and so it's like we need to acknowledge that those cultural dialogues take time, and they require patience, and you cannot rush the conversation only because you are more skilled in the colonizer language. So I think those are like my 3 takeaways.
Thank you very much. I think this was a very meaningful closing speech, and we're running out of time, so thank you everyone for participating. There is the Etherpad that will be available also for the next days, and we will upload some of the examples also on Meta. There's a page related to decolonizing knowledge. Also, you're more than welcome to add directly content, and the idea was really to have an overview of the topic, but of course this is just a little step on a work that we are all trying to do. Thank you again.
Hi all, thanks for joining today. So excited to see you all. Welcome to our talk, exploring if teachers can help teachers with learning about and teaching about and with AI. I'm Avni, I lead education at GitHub and work with Internet in a Box as much as I can. I am so excited to be here today with Malombe and with Adam. Malombe is a true entrepreneur. He's creating a business, investing his time and energy in bringing technology to communities across Africa using Internet in a Box. Adam is the founder and lead maintainer of Internet in a Box, and we're all connected through Internet in a Box and passionate about working with learners and educators to make learning content available around the globe. So excited to be with you all today. A large part of my work at GitHub is about supporting students on their journey to becoming developers. And to do that, I am also talking with educators to understand their perspectives on software development, their use of AI tools such as GitHub Copilot in the classroom, and the challenges they face. And consistently, I hear, especially from high school teachers, how overwhelmed they are about what they are being asked to teach. Teachers, in the past were expected to learn and teach. Many high school teachers don't have a CS background, but are expected to prepare students for APCS exams. They were expected to teach basic computing, software development, now version control, and today they're also expected to teach AI. There are escalating expectations as the pace of technology change accelerates. So students come to the table, come to the classroom already using AI because it's now becoming more opt-out versus opt-in. It's hard to escape it. And with the expectation that teachers know as much or more than they do. And essentially, teachers are being thrown into the deep end. And we're here to talk about what we can do about that. So as educators, right, they're being asked to teach about and with AI, with resources and guidance that struggle to keep up with the pace of AI. 10 to 15 years ago, the AI word was cheapened from what it meant in the 1950s. I think this was Karen Howe that mentioned this. From the original definition of AI being superior to human intelligence, and it changed to refer to tactical improvements. 5 years ago, the term generative AI rose to prominence to refer back to that old definition. And 3 years ago, you have advanced search engines such as ChatGPT. 2 years ago, news articles from today are in AI models using retrieval augmented generation. And today, AI just knows a lot about you as you use it more and more. So for educators here, AI is a tool. You can still decide the shape of the curriculum, or they hear AI is not something to fear or avoid. It's students will use it anyways, and the ever-present. By bringing it in yourself, you're helping students learn to use AI the right way. So student interactions with AI, you have to observe it, you have to encourage it so they don't fall behind. So teachers are being asked to teach with and about generative AI, and they're being asked to do it in an ethical and responsible way and be the stewards for the students, right? So, and it's even harder in the developing world with the scarcity of mentors and resources. Yet the enthusiasm for AI potential exists. Like we heard from Dr. Moira yesterday that over 40% of adult Kenyans use ChatGPT. I was so shocked by that. And from a recent GitHub classroom survey, a global survey across 8,000 students, close to half of them indicated that AI is a daily part of their schoolwork, while another 21% use it weekly. So what can teachers do, right? And what we're proposing here through the learnings that we have is that we need teachers to help teachers. We need to build a teacher network. We want to democratize knowledge, create shareable content. Like when we're talking about LLMs, the topics, like the examples that come to mind are topic-specific prompts, model selection guidance, right? We want teachers to create content that they can easily share with others. We have digital photocopies, making it easy to share learnings. Workshops with in-person and virtual workshops. We're going to talk a little bit later about Internet in a Box and how the workshops that we've held there have shown that we can easily install on Mac, Windows, or Linux quickly, in less than 15 minutes. And essentially the goal is to turn passive educators and learners into creators, right? So that's our ultimate goal. And where can we learn from? So how do we go about this? We first looked at what do we need to do to be successful? And what are the parameters that we're looking for? We're looking for free access, peer review, and collaboration. And what are we looking, in that, we look at that we have examples right in front of us. Wikipedia, GitHub, Archive, and Internet in a Box, which we work with every day, serve as transformation models. And as the original title of the talk was, how do open platforms like Wikipedia, GitHub, and Archive serve as examples to enable educators and students to succeed in a world with AI? And I think they can. And I looked at how do they do it, right? They do it with technology, content, and community. And I think that model can be replicated so that teachers can learn from each other and keep up to pace with AI. So we looked at these open online platforms as examples, and the original genesis of the talk, I was really inspired by this, was an article about Archive, what you see on the right-hand side here. It was a Wired article, which talked about how Archive's vision was to democratize and accelerate scientific knowledge dissemination, right? And actually some of the original foundational AI research papers appeared in Archive first. And it was disruptive because it challenged the academic publishing monopoly dominated by for-profit publishers. And it provided free instant access to research versus the traditional paywalled approach, and enabled researchers to collaborate quickly and work and share work immediately. And I think GitHub and Wikipedia do that in other contexts as well, like GitHub for code, Wikipedia for knowledge articles, right, for knowledge. So, and then we have a mostly offline example with Internet in a Box, and I'm going to turn it over to Adam to talk a little bit about the work he leads there.
I don't need to say much. It's really going to be his talk in a few seconds. But yeah, those who are less familiar with Internet in a Box, it's a lot more than Wikipedia and other Wikimedia projects. Go down the list in the middle there if you're not familiar. It's typically a $35 physical product. Some companies like Malombe's will sell you a much better one, and some people do it completely for free. So these three ideas are pretty important. You can physically build one or use your existing Android device. We'll talk about that later. What you want to put inside it, it's totally up to you. We talk about a lot of indigenous existential cultural questions in this conference and others. You make the decision. There's no surveillance. There's no corporation behind this. Number three, you're in charge. It can be an online Internet in a Box, offline. Set it free. Intercambio is the Spanish word we like often. There's intermixing. We'll talk about that more later. Internet in a Box is connecting to each other. Offline can be a slur, but when a lot of offline devices are connected together, it's a little like the news group Usenet model of 30, 40 years ago.
And you can learn more about Internet in a Box at the poster session that's going to happen in 50 minutes after this session, at 5:15. All right. So Malombe, I want to talk with you a little bit about the work you're doing in Africa with Internet in a Box. So tell us a little bit about all these points on the map that we see here.
Yeah, that's good. So this map shows the places that we've been able to use Internet in a Box. Mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, but a few countries in Western Africa. And as you can see, we have almost over 48 schools and institutions in all these countries who are actually accessing high-quality digital learning material offline without internet, and also powered by the solar system that we are going to also to see.
Awesome. And now, learning from the work that you have done so diligently, we're going to go through a rapid set of 12 slides that talk through an end-to-end implementation of how we're building a teacher-to-teacher network with the work that Malambe is doing, and I think we can learn from that to help teachers build their own network for AI.
Quick background, Malambe's a heroic implementer in town here in Nairobi. One of dozens, if not possibly hundreds around the world. That map on the prior slide is just a snapshot of his work and the teams he works with. Kind of incredible that one person has created a company affecting these 48 plus communities. This is just a small snapshot of many others, but his story is one of the best, so we're super thankful he's able to now give you that story.
Thank you, Adam. Good. So this picture, from what you can see, this is a typical library in a public school in a rural area. So what you see here, these are old books, possibly outdated, and possibly not enough for all the learners. So this is a big problem in our primary schools in Kenya and even other countries, as you've seen. And we want to use innovative technologies like Internet in a Box to fix this mess in our education system.
And is this a common sight in schools that you visit when you first start out?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, many schools have this kind of setup, and even others, worse, they don't even have a library.
I see. And sometimes, as the chalkboard says, the library is out of bound too. Students aren't even allowed there. Is that right?
Yeah, they regulate the learners who come to these kind of spaces which are meant to be open for knowledge access.
Cool.
Can you share the specific locations along the way? Just a little bit.
So this library is in Masai Mara, Narok County in Kenya, near the border of Kenya and Tanzania. It's one of the public schools.
Awesome. What are we looking at here?
So here you're looking at how learners now access the digital learning content in our platform. This is one of the Internet in a Box implementations that we have, and we can have over 50 learners connected at the same time offline to access interactive learning material.
Great. And this analog to digital, you had mentioned to me that the Kenyan government was really catalyzing or evangelizing this approach.
Yeah, Kenyan government right now is ICT proactive, and it's actually on the forefront of encouraging adoption and use of ICT in teaching and learning at all levels.
All right. Yeah, let's talk about what are we looking at here? What have you brought here? This is amazing. Yeah.
Definitely. So from what you can see here, this is a typical digital library system whereby you can see we have a set of tablets here, and we have a smart projector which is wireless. Teachers can use it to project content to learners. They can see and hear what is installed in our Internet in a Box library. And all this is powered by a solar panel. So some of the schools we are in, we don't have reliable electricity. Others have zero electricity access. So using solar powered systems, we can have a digital learning lab running anywhere in the world.
So how do you start out? Looks like you're part of a shipping magnet here.
Yes, so this is a typical shipping process that we start all the way from China. We have to import a few gadgets that are not available locally in bulk, and we ship them to Kenya. It takes a while, but this is the start of the workflow, and then we have a workshop whereby we have now to do fabrication of all this equipment to make it work together. So this picture here is actually this kit that I've brought here. I think in the next session you can interact with it and see even now there's Wi-Fi that you can access the content for free. Yeah, so these tablets, like the one here, we have USB ports, these ones, and they charge the tablets from some batteries inside the kit, which draw power from the solar panel. So you don't need to have separate power source. As long as you have this kit, then everything is powered. Projector, server, antenna, Wi-Fi, and the tablets are all powered from one kit.
Okay, and here, this looks like the Nile Basin School. Tell me about this bike here, and I see that looks something very similar on the back of that bike.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we work with the rural schools in the most remote parts of Africa. And one of the requirements of our support team is to know how to ride a motorcycle so that they can take the kit from one school to another. So it's kind of a mobile arrangement whereby a school can have the kit for 1 day or 2 days, but after that, then it has to move to another school for continuous utilization.
You're making efficient use of the resources that you have, right? Yeah. Cool. All right.
Yeah. So
and here, it looks like you have a couple of outside setups. So tell us more about these.
Yeah. So this is kind of very local implementation of how it is actually done on the ground. So you have the solar panel outside on a corridor with, of course, sunlight, and the Wi-Fi antenna can be placed anywhere. We have a long cable going from the internet in a box system, and all the classrooms will have Wi-Fi access, offline Wi-Fi access, and learners can access material. Using this very simple setup, the motorbike, you can see it's here. Now the kids are in the class.
Do you ride a motorbike yourself?
I do. I have one. I have to.
Awesome. All right, so we're going from portable here to, it looks like something a little bit more permanent.
Yes, so some of the schools have permanent installations, especially schools with good security and setup. So in this picture, we've installed 2 big solar panels to be able to charge the systems. This is a staff room actually, but recently we had to migrate those solar panels to the roof because this area is in Amboseli, south of Nairobi, near, it's called Selengei area, and we have a lot of wild animals. So the risk here is with elephants. So they were coming at night to play with the solar panels, and it couldn't even last more than a term. So we had to move it up. But these are more of permanent installations.
Wait, did you say elephants? What are
Yes.
what did the elephants do?
So elephants roam around these areas, and they can just try to lean on this, and then you don't have a solar panel. So yeah, we try to minimize the risks from the wildlife.
Cool.
Yeah. So this is another photo of me in North Kenya, Wajir, Kenya, neighboring Somalia. So this is another school where now we've installed this antenna. It doesn't have to stay in the box. So if a school has like a good fence and security, we fixed it permanent on the roof so that we have Wi-Fi coverage in all the rooms of the school.
And this looks like quite a contraption here, like this fence, it's like wire fencing or something around the extender. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Kenya we call this setup of like juakali. It's kind of castro thing that really works. And here we've tried to secure the antenna with some wood so that learners don't play with it. You know, kids are very curious, like boys. They can just get a stick and try to play with that. The way you can't find a working socket in a school, so we try to protect it like this.
What are kids up to these days? All right. Okay, so here, this looks like a set of teachers here. Is that right? Where are we here?
So I don't know. So I don't know whether you can guess, but this is not Kenya. This is South Sudan. So I had a teacher training workshop in a very remote village in South Sudan where we don't have access to internet. Even you can't even make a call from there. And I had to train these teachers on how they can use mobile learning technologies in class and to guide their learners. So it was quite a revealing challenge to me. You can actually Google Mundare tribe in YouTube. You will see the kind of community I'm talking about. And I'm very happy because right now they are able to access open resources and also curriculum for South Sudan.
And when you first went there, though, did they have computer experience and know how to use technology, or were you starting from did you have to modify your own curriculum to adapt essentially to where they are?
Yeah, so we started with gathering important resources like curriculum material relevant to the South Sudan curriculum. So in partnership with the ministry and other stakeholders, we got materials that is they use from primary, grade 1 to grade 8, and then we preloaded it, and then we added the open educational resources like Wikipedia that they can use for reference.
Awesome. So now that my apologies. I think I missed one. Yes. Okay. So now that the teachers are ready, you've done the taught, as you call it, right? Training of teacher. What happens now? What is this?
So now there's the actual deployment of the system. So the kids, you get all the tablets outside, and you arrange them in a desk. So this is one of the schools in Kajiado, Kenya, south of Nairobi. So the tablets are already connected to the Wi-Fi, and learners are just coming to now use the tablets to access the media in our internet in a box system. So this is like a lab setup.
So you're planting the seeds here, right? You're
Yes.
getting the garden ready.
Yeah.
All right. And then what happens?
Now kids, of course, a different school, but now kids now came to now use the tablets to access the material. And it's very, actually you are using Android tablets, which are easy for any kid to use. Even after 2 days, you don't need to show them how to connect to Wi-Fi and how to navigate. It's quite, we call it interactive material that they enjoy to enhance learning.
Okay, and I want to bring the conversation back to like the teacher networks, right? So you had shared this data that you had pulled together from a school here. So can you tell us a little bit more about the learning gems and the data we're looking at, and how that ties back to the teacher-to-teacher network that we're here to talk about today?
Okay, so basically we have a lot of resources that we preload in our internet in a box system, including syllabus material. Like the first one you see there is the curriculum aligned material for Kenya, which is mostly used in schools. But the rest of the content is supplementary content, which is also relevant as reference material. Something to note is, like for instance, you can see Wikipedia on 2024 for this particular school. It was not very, you can see the usage has increased in the next, like this year 2025. And the reason for that is now teachers are more aware and they are more, capable to guide learners and know how to use more of these tools and discover the importance of these resources. Then,
Let's dig a little deeper here. Stay standing. You did all the work. This is unprecedented. This data. You should take credit. Let's look at USB stick, not just Wikipedia. So what is this? What's that?
This is a projector.
Right. So when he wrote USB stick, he really means poor man's projector. There's some schools that can't afford this full apparatus. Teacher brings their photos from lunch hour, their environmental study in the local stream. It's projected to how many students?
Over 50 at
Okay.
once, yeah.
So no projector is needed. It goes directly to the students' tablets or whatever device they have. So how did you get almost an order of magnitude improvement in the we call it poor man's projector, USB stick in Wikipedia. I mean, take some credit. It didn't happen on its own.
Yeah, of course, we need to do a lot of support and mentorship for teachers. Good, I think.
Yeah, that's great. And as teachers become more independent, I think you're also seeing like an increase in teacher-provided content and a shift in the apps they use. And you could theorize, though, that teachers can also share USB sticks with each other, this poor man's projector with each other, right? Like they can share the content on those projectors with each other.
Yeah, actually, in this particular school, I found like each teacher has a USB stick that they can even take a photo from an article, put in the USB stick, and then share with the learners instantly by just plugging it in one of these devices.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So when we talk about indigenous culture, this is the real world, right? He's making it happen. So.
Molambe is amazing. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
And the ultimate goal, right?
Yeah. So here is teacher training session that I'm conducting in a school also in Amboseli region. So here teachers are discovering the content in the Internet in a Box system and seeing how it relates to their own lessons. How can they use it in their own? If it is mathematics, you can find particular areas in maybe Colibri, Wikipedia, and other open educational resources that they can use in their class.
And the ultimate goal is self-determination, right? Where you have these happy teachers, which is great, figuring out for themselves and their own communities what is the right content, the right learning bouquets, as we call them, for their own communities, for their own classrooms. And that is what Malambe helps make happen.
That's right.
So this is missing a word, I think.
Should we do this together?
Yeah.
So what's the word that's missing? Anyone want to guess? Exactly.
Yes, thank you.
So we talk a lot about devices, and we will a little more during the last few minutes, because some astonishing things happening with some new devices. These two gentlemen over here will explain in a couple moments. Still, the catchphrase is real. Does anyone remember the $100 laptop project, one laptop per child? A few people might or might not be familiar. So very colorful leader of that project said, you give kids in a poor environment a laptop, you don't need to train anybody, you don't need to train the teachers. No, TOT, training of trainers. Why? According to him, he famously said, training is for dogs. I think he's been proven wrong over the last few decades. You get too many dusty libraries, whether they're digital or analog. They end up dusty, unused. Malambe's the support network for about 50 plus schools, and so they're not left in the dust. There's a lot to be learned from the small companies that nobody hears about, like his. So the catchphrase, left to their own devices, is a multi-layered rhetorical question, but it's a big question.
One more thing. All right.
So if anyone's been attending the governance sessions, 25-year anniversary is very, very close, less than 6 months away in January for the Wikimedia movement. And there's some existential anxiety in some of the rooms you might have noticed regarding the invisibility of Wikipedia in Google search results compared to even 2 years ago. So change is amok, and let's think about one future of open knowledge movements. And one future is leave us to our own devices, a $10 or a $30 Android phone sitting in the back of your cupboard, your closet, in Haiti, wherever, any country. So let's think about, and we're about to show you a preview. We can call it alpha or pre-alpha. We're about to show you, not seen by anybody, of an Internet in a Box port onto Android. So if you can start rolling the video, and we can explain along the way if it's not obvious. Not just Wikipedia, but of course, for this conference, let's start with Wikipedia. Have the full digital library on the phone that your uncle left in the back of the closet. It works for days because you don't need the cellular modem on. You don't need the screen on. It can broadcast, once it's tuned properly, to potentially a dozen people in your own home. A real encyclopedia of the 21st century. And shove in a micro SD card, real cheap, $20, $30, and there's no limit to how much OpenStreetMap, as many Wikipedia languages as you want in a junker old phone in any country.
Preventing some of those phones from becoming e-waste as well.
Not a bad thing, right? Yeah, environmental reasons as well. So they will, David and Hal can give you a live demo later on during the poster session, or even maybe squeeze it in the next few minutes if you want to see this for yourself. I don't think it's ever been shown yet. So this is the world premiere.
Yes, this is the world premiere. Yay. It's pretty impressive, right? Okay. Wow. Awesome. So with respect to AI, like I think one of the questions that we have is like, how does a local network become global? Teachers are comfortable with other teachers in their local communities, but can we provide an environment where someone in Harare can learn from someone in Huapan de Leon in Mexico? And what does, this is a question I think Malambe actually had, what does inclusive access to knowledge look like, right? And I wanted to pose like these questions and challenges because I want the rest of the time that we have here today to be interactive and Q&A, right? Like an actual discussion. So would love to help, you know, go through some of these questions, like how do we create a collaborative peer-reviewed system for educators to keep pace with AI? And when I say educators here, I think we're all teachers of some sort, right? So whether you're officially a teacher in a classroom or not, I think we're all teachers in one way or another. How do we support teacher networks and autonomy that Malambe spoke about? Who will unleash offline resources, like the ones that Adam just mentioned, right? Is AI lowering barriers to entry or raising them? Will AI eliminate the role of educators by 2035? Intentionally provocative, right? Because we want to, I think it's on the mind of a lot of teachers, right? Like teachers in Kenya and worldwide. They're asking themselves the same question. Does the teacher become the TA where the AI guides the curriculum and the structure and the teachers, you know, are just there for support? Or is it the teachers are like, hey, I really know the student better. I still need to maintain control of the classroom. And I think that's a real debate that's happening right now. And then it's also like with conscientious objectors, right? Essentially parents and students who refuse to use AI. What are the alternatives approaches to coexisting, right? Because we want to build an inclusive world, an inclusive environment. How do we support people who may not have the same viewpoint or haven't jumped on the AI bandwagon? How do they coexist with us? So going to open up the floor now. Please ask lots of questions or have a discussion. Would love to kind of brainstorm with you all live about how do we support teachers in this world of AI?
I think maybe I'll take the opportunity. My name is Gregory Muhoya, a bachelor's degree in political science, University of Nairobi. Now, what you're actually experiencing in the institutions, for instance, in the tertiary institutions of higher learning is there is this type of rivalry between the professors and the AI. There's some kind of a threat that it's kind of going to replace the people who are in the knowledge sector. So it's even more pernicious to use AI in school than like using it as an instrument to further knowledge. For instance, you'd find students who more easily get an E for using AI than trying to use their creative mind in responding to questions in exams and in their term papers and in their continuous assessment tests. So I think the experience that would come from the students from the institution would rather be different from what is anticipated globally and the emergence of AI. So I think in integrating these systems, I think the stakeholders, the professors in the institutions need to be part of the dialogue in the purpose of AI and how it can be purposely be integrated in the learner's development.
I think that's a great topic of conversation and a great topic of debate right now, right? So when you say E, is that like excellence? Is that what E means?
No, E is a fail because...
Oh, E is a fail! Wait, so students more easily get an E versus, because they're using AI, you're saying. I see, and the teachers kind of figure it out.
Yes.
I see.
Because what happens is if a term paper is given, for instance, you'd find like in a class of 280 students, 16 or 30 of the papers look alike. So it's like just possibly cut and paste. So that's a problem.
That is a problem, yeah. I know that, I want to let Adam also comment on this, but I know that a lot of educators are modifying how they teach, right, to kind of prevent the copy paste that initially was seen when when ChatGPT initially or other AI tools came out, right? I know one strategy that CS teachers use is basically they don't have homework turned in anymore, right? They don't have CS homework turned in anymore, but during exams, they're asking students to not use computers, and they actually have to write out algorithms or explain like why certain code behaves a certain way by hand. Adam, go ahead.
First, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation is knowledge should be decentralized. And in the decentralization of knowledge, people should be free to be creative in how they want to use knowledge. But we also want to respect the fact that owners of knowledge, patented knowledge, have to be recognized. So such that it's not just about someone cutting up someone else's work and removing the references and using that work as their own, but rather more discipline by the users of the knowledge to actually recognize that they're filling in a knowledge gap and actually not acting like that is the work that they're pasting there is theirs. So that's part of the major problem. So how do you integrate someone else's work with your idea to develop something else that is towards the direction of solving a particular problem in the society?
Let me add, and then we'll go back to the back of the room. Another preview, somewhat related to the Android product that these guys will demonstrate if you want to see it both now and later. There are people building AI into offline internet boxes. That seems impossible. So training off of your indigenous knowledge, whatever that may be, right? And then there's a question as to whether others will appropriate that. Can you federate internet boxes in a semi-offline community? These are contradictory words. It gets very confusing, right? There are at least 4 groups that I know doing this. We're integrating AI within internet in a box. And that gets a little bit closer to some of those questions. It's not really cheating if you've assembled your own knowledge in your own church basement, right? And then you're running your own AI on your own knowledge with your 100 neighbors. There's still risks there as well, but they're different risks. And it's a really exciting, fertile moment. If you were around for some of the talks last night, this could be the best moment in community-owned AI, despite the horror stories we all know about.
Sure.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan, and I'm from Ghana. I really want to talk a bit about the solution you asked him. I think, okay, so I want to talk about the solution concerning the AI issue. I don't think AI is really an issue, okay? The real issue is to train people how to use the AI. Most people don't know how to use AI, just like Wikipedia. A lot of people don't know how to use Wikipedia. They use Wikipedia as a source. But later when you train them to know that Wikipedia is not a source, but an aggregator of sources, and know how to use it well, they use it well in the classroom. So once you are talking about AI being a challenge, I think we should train people to use AI. Because I can use AI to write a term paper and you wouldn't know it is AI. So that should be the solution.
Wow, that's a lot there. And I think there's a lot of folks that agree with that viewpoint. Like AI is here to stay. We need to learn how to use it. So I think that is a very prevalent school of thought that's becoming more dominant. I think even back versus 2 years ago, right, when there were a lot of educators concerned about AI use and very fearful of it. Now the perspective has shifted to thinking about how do I use AI in the classroom. So I think what you're expressing is definitely the dominant viewpoint happening now. And I think the purpose of this, though, is exactly what you said, is to figure out, like, help teachers figure out what is the right way to use it, while also allowing room for differing viewpoints. Yeah. Thank you for your comment, though. I really appreciate that. Okay, we are at time. So really want to thank Malambe for sharing his work and stories here today, Adam for his work with Internet in a Box, and you all for being here. Want to thank AppDev for all. They also will be at the poster session with us, so come join us. You'll learn more about Code on the Go and the Internet in a Box emulator. So thank you.
A preview.
Oh.
They also have a software environment, so eventually 10-year-olds will be able to make their own entire Android apps. If you want to hear about that too, that's called Code on the Go. They'll show you that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm excited to support educators. We'll be here afterwards. Want to talk more about how to support teachers through the age of AI, through this step change and transformation that's happening today. Thank you.
for the last session of the day. My name is Natalie Milbrodt. I'm the University Archivist for the City University of New York, and I'm very happy to be here with my colleague Richard.
Hi, I'm Richard Nipel from Wikimedia New York City and the City University of New York, where I'm happy to serve as Wikimedia in residence the last few months.
So to back up a little bit, what is CUNY? CUNY is the City University of New York. It's the public university of New York City, and it is a kind of loose federation of 25 colleges, most of whom were founded long before the City University of New York became a university in 1961. And so we work together in an office that's part of the central office called the Office of Library Services. And that office serves all of the libraries and archives across the whole system. So that's where we are situated.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this is the Wikimedia in Residence, CUNY's Wikimedia in Residence project. It's a 2-year project funded by Craig Newmark Philanthropies, administered by the Office of Library Services, a mission to engage strategic open knowledge projects, make CUNY libraries open collections more discoverable, and support faculty and student engagement with Wiki platforms, and importantly, to document stuff. Why does it make sense at the City University of New York at CUNY? CUNY is a diverse school in a diverse city. New York City is almost certainly the most diverse large city in the United States. There are people from many different countries who speak many different languages. Unlike maybe some other cities with a lot of immigration, it's not all from one place or from a couple of places, it's from many different places. So there's a lot of linguistic diversity, a lot of cultural diversity that's reflected in the schools and reflected in the neighborhoods. The nice thing, one of the other nice things is a lot of cross-disciplinary potential. Wikimedia in Residence can work with a lot of schools that are pursuing writing, that are pursuing science, that are focused on different aspects of humanities research. And the nice thing about Wikimedia project is because we're sort of an encyclopedia, you can bring all these together and you can do a real nice cross-disciplinary approach. Another positive thing about the City University of New York system is it has students at all levels. So it has students who are community college, two-year students, two-year college students. It has undergraduate students. It has graduate students, students pursuing PhDs, et cetera. And there are appropriate things you can do with students at all of these levels. There are appropriate ways you can teach writing to students who are new to writing for a college paper. There are appropriate ways to do advanced research and data analysis, and all of these can be done through the Wikimedia projects. And it's a nice experiment bringing these things all together. And importantly, the City University of New York is very closely tied to the city. There are a few different universities in New York. CUNY is by far the one that's closest to the actual city and its residents. Most of the people who attend there are lower or middle class students who live in the city and probably grew up in the city, rather than the students at places like NYU or Columbia, some of the more famous schools, who come from all over places and are less, maybe on average, a little less rooted in the city itself.
Cool. So a detail to tune into here is that Richard is only going to be with CUNY for 2 years. This is a 2-year project. And I am on a project also. I'm also a project employee, and I'm in the middle of a 3-year project with CUNY. And so a big part of what we're going to talk about today is how we are bringing that timing into our work and trying to be as efficient as we can with the amount of time that we have to work with CUNY. So the project that I'm working on is funded by a Mellon Foundation grant, and it's called the Cultivating Archives and Institutional Memory Project. So its mission is to tell CUNY's story through the photos, publications, and other historic records held in archives across CUNY, and to unify archival systems, collections, and practices. So what that means in essence is that we're doing a massive survey of all digital and physical archival collections across the entire university to find out what the university has, and then try to unify practices around it. So the reason that it makes a lot of sense for archivists to work with Wikimedians is because, just to kind of back up and think about the difference between archives and libraries, we really have primary source materials. That's kind of the difference between archives and libraries. And we have a lot of materials that we can make publicly available, but it's sometimes difficult to do that. And so we really are trying to both increase access to the library's collections of archival materials so that more people can use things that are freely available to use and discover them more. And we're also trying to get the history of CUNY itself and all of the many millions of people who have been through the CUNY university system and have scholarship that is connected to CUNY out there. So we're also trying to integrate wiki tools into archival practice. We won a Wikimedia Foundation grant to develop a plugin for Archive Space, which is the open source tool that archivists use to create metadata for archival collections. And this tool will make it easier to use Wikidata entity records as controlled name authorities in those collections, which is going to be really good because a lot of times archival collections are about people who do not have, international footprints. So they really are people who are of local interest and perfect for Wikidata entity records. And then we also are using open source, open tools because we have a really big talent pool, people who can actually work with the tools, but we don't necessarily have huge budgets for new technologies that are vendor provided. So, having all of that in mind, we raised some money and brought in Richard to be the university's first Wikimedian in residence. And you can see here how our timelines are kind of meshing. You can see that we are now kind of in the middle of the first year of Richard's time and kind of in the middle of my project. And as soon as we introduced Richard to the university, we had this incredible response. So many people were really excited to work with him. And I mean, I knew they would be excited about you, but not that excited. Like, we were really hearing a lot of interest. And so we were like, wow, we need to figure out a way to manage this and to find a way for one person to be able to meet with everybody, but also not get lost in work that's maybe not the most important work. And so that was when we decided that we needed to do a stakeholder mapping. And so we got together with the immediate group of folks who we work with on this project. There were maybe like 8 of us that day, and we put a day aside to really do this work. And that's what we want to share with you today is our methodology for doing this work. So we needed to, first of all, brainstorm and figure out all of the people who were stakeholders to us. And so sometimes these stakeholders were individual people, like the person who is the boss of our boss, who will be helping to perhaps secure permanent funding for a Wikimedian in residence. It's also people like, journalism graduate students, right? So it can be a group of people. It's also a larger even group than that, like the press, right? Or, just the general public. So the first thing that we did was to just, with this group of colleagues, all write down every stakeholder that we could think of, people who had expressed interest in working with Richard, and also people who we knew we wanted to reach out to. And then we put this grid up on the wall, and we just put every sticky with every stakeholder into one of these 4 quadrants. And I'm going to explain what these are. So this is a very standard methodology that we did not invent, but it was something that was useful to us because we were trying to just sort through this kind of overwhelming, like drinking out of a fire hose kind of group of people and sort out how we wanted to interact with them and who we should prioritize. So we, in the first quadrant that's in the bottom, these are people who maybe have a low influence on the outcomes of our project, and they have a low interest in it as well. So these would be people who maybe are like outside of our institution, they don't really have any impact on us, but we want to just kind of keep them informed and create documentation that they can plug into at any time that they might get curious. Then we have, to the right, we have people who have a low influence on our project, but a high interest. And so these would be people that we're working with, like perhaps students who are really keen on the project and want to contribute, but perhaps don't have a whole lot of power other than just being creators on Wikipedia. Then in the top left corner, people with high influence and low interest. So these would be like, internal administrators who we really want them to care and love the work that we're doing, but they have a lot of other things that they're thinking about, and this is really not a big part of their job. And then people, lastly, in this top right corner, who are high influence and high interest. So this would be, for instance, the person who funded the project, or the people who are our direct supervisors, people who really will have a big say in how this continues on after this initial pilot, and also really care about our success. And so we want to make sure that we're informing them, that we're consulting with them and collaborating with them, and that we keep them in the front of our plans. So after we did this exercise, this is what it looked like, all of our Post-its. And then after all of this, we went to lunch, and then gave ourselves a breather. And then when we came back, we decided to go through each one of these 4 quadrants and discuss them as a group. So with each one, we asked ourselves about these different stakeholders. What are their needs of us? What do we want to provide to them? And where do we want to move them? Meaning, like, if they are maybe someone who is not very interested, do we want to make them more interested? How would we do that? How do we want to communicate with them? And so then we were talking about how perhaps making short videos would work better for some people, and perhaps a one-page newsletter, perhaps an email listserv. We wanted to figure out how we would measure impact working with the group, and what kind of expertise they have to offer, and then how we want to manage our relationship with them. And so that was a great way to just have very tactical kind of strategic conversations about just who knew who, and we made decisions about who was going to introduce that person to Richard because they're a colleague who they're familiar with. So I think that we made a lot of decisions about introductory kind of emails that we were going to be sending, and ideas about kind of what order to reach people in. So we were able to talk as a team strategically once we had all of these folks kind of up on the board together. So some of our overall observations were that as we started talking about what kind of communications tools would work well for these different stakeholders, we found that there were a couple of communications tools that would really be good for multiple audiences. And so we decided to prioritize those and make, for instance, a one sheet that is just a brief explanation of our project, something that we knew a lot of different people would be using. We decided to start working on that first so that we would have it and be able to start sharing it early. And also things like, a brief newsletter with highlights that would be both good as an executive summary for people who were in administrative leadership, and also people who were maybe outsiders or the press, people who were new to the project. We were surprised by how many high influence stakeholders there were, how many people, when we really thought about their ability to advance this work, were actually very important. And that was actually really nice to see, that it wasn't all hanging on 2 people who were going to make this happen. And so that was actually encouraging to me. And then we also identified lots of existing projects that were going on around New York City, within the university, and then within Wikimedia NYC that were going to all be campaigns that we could plug into. So we realized that we didn't need to invent everything from scratch, that we would really be able to utilize a lot of the existing initiatives. So some of the results, some of the actual people who Richard is working with.
Yeah, so I guess I'll mention some of the interesting collaborations that we've been developing. So it's interesting. A lot of things come up. So one is the Office of Research. So there's an office at CUNY that is responsible for assisting with the different research centers, following all the publications that they make in different research journals, doing practical things like there's a grant from Pfizer to develop a type of material, and we have to find the right person at CUNY that might be able to apply for this grant to make this material that maybe makes more environmentally friendly plastic or something like that. The solution that we can offer, partial solution, is to help put all these the journal articles on Wikidata through WikiCite, to put their topics, to put the authors and the research associations that they're affiliated with. I've been working with the research office and helping to train one of the newer employees, so they get up on Wikidata and they can help curate they can help curate the information about the research papers and also collate it and also cross-check it with artificial intelligence. There's an artificial intelligence tool that they're using to try to analyze what's in different papers, what subjects they fall under, and we're developing that. The tool they use to view them usually is this tool called Scolia. We're working with associate archivists and Natalie's team who are working on the history of CUNY, the history of the different colleges, the student movements, the history of student publications and newspapers, protests that have happened over the years, including also the history of New York City and things that are in the archives. One particular highlight we had was there's been a program in New York City for about 50 years for young students who have developmental disabilities who be helping getting training riding the subways and the buses, which are so key to how New York works. And this is a program that was through the New York City public schools. It wasn't widely discussed on the internet, and in fact, it's something that started in New York City and ended a lot of other places. It's called travel training, and we happily started an article to help cover this important topic and the struggle to develop it as a service supporting a community that needs it and the independence it was able to give some of those students. A couple other things. We had this university has its own television station. Surprisingly enough, it has like 3 channels, and it has like 12 video editors on staff, which is amazing. I think it's more than most normal television stations in the world. They've been doing interviews with professors and authors and cultural figures for 40+ years. They have a lot of archives of interviews, of photographs of these folks, and so we're going to try to go through what Wikipedia articles from these famous people or not so famous people lack photos or lack quality photos, and where can we match them and do the most in sharing their photos on Wikimedia Commons and on the appropriate Wikipedia articles. Another topic that we've been working with is with LaGuardia Community College, so supporting community college students. There's an English writing class. Some folks I've been working with before I was in this position around writing. They did some writing around science fiction topics, around Octavia Butler and some others. And now they want to do experimenting with AI. How do you write a Wikipedia article with AI tools in a responsible way? They couldn't. The students wouldn't necessarily be comfortable writing a whole Wikipedia article from scratch the traditional way, but using generative artificial intelligence, it might be possible. How can it work? How can it not work? What's a reasonable thing to expect? Should they be teams of students? Should they be singly? How do they build it up? And helping to also find out what is a reasonable thing to write a Wikipedia article about. That's a very hard, non-obvious task. And it's sort of fun, too, to just talk through the students. What are their interests? How does this intersect with what I might be missing on Wikipedia? And yeah, so there are a lot of different options. And that's the fun thing is that it's a whole universe. That's why you have the CUNYverse and the Wikiverse coming together as sort of a theme for this.
Yeah, and I think that some of the ways that you're assisting them are also figuring out things like conflict of interest.
Yeah, so some of the archivists, some of the associate archivists that are in Natalie's team and some other folks at the university have to figure out what are the appropriate conflict of interest, because part of their mission is to write about CUNY on Wikipedia and in public places. So part of it is consulting with other New York editors and saying hey, put something on the talk page, propose maybe a change, is this an appropriate change, have some feedback, and so it's not like it's a transparent process, and it's a process and something that's shared with people who, in part of our community, who are regular people who edit about New York City buildings and universities and things like that anyway, and to keep them in the loop.
Cool. So what we thought we would do with some of our time today is to have everybody try writing out some of the stakeholders that you have in your projects and in your work, and to do the experiment of trying to sort them into these categories and see if that is a useful exercise to you. So we have some index cards if people need paper. I know that there are also booklets that are on the table.
Yeah.
If folks need paper, you can also do this on your computer. But we thought we would take a few minutes and just give you some time to write and think. And we're here in case you have questions. So we'll reconvene.
And after you put them together in this graph form, you might be able to put together a flower botanically.
That will be step 2.
Yeah, just want to give you some light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe think of the different, if you're in touch with a university or maybe some similar coalition of museums or things like that, how might you arrange them in terms of how they might be able to support your project? Do they have high interest? Do they have low interest? Do they have high influence, low influence, things like that?
Okay, so we'll take 10 minutes and then come back.
Yeah. Hello, live streaming audience. If you're enjoying this.
No, no, no. I mean, it's maybe like a question. I mean, but it's not related with activity, so I don't know if it's time for me to do it. Okay, yeah. Because, I mean, I work in academia, right? And I think this alliance between the university and having a Wikipedian residence, it's amazing, and it can help grow a lot. And it really called my attention when you were talking about this thing of seeing like putting the research papers out in the wiki world and putting that. And I mean, I'm in academia, so it's publish or perish, right? Yeah. Will this benefit the number of citations probably in the future of these papers that the researchers, like the fact of putting them there, like out there for more people to have access? Because, I mean, I don't know in the US, but I know in a lot of universities it's not that easy to publish open access. So that, of course, diminishes the number of people who sees your work and the people who cite your work and so on and so forth. So putting them out there, will that be putting them as open access? Like, will the rest of the world benefit from these papers, and the researchers will benefit from this in terms of like, oh, more people will see my work, will cite my work, whatever?
Yeah, I hope it helps. I hope it helps. When putting on Wikidata, it's more putting, I guess, the metadata in like an open place, so they could still be published on closed access journals. You know, obviously that's not something I can control over, but I want to publish in open access journals. I've been working a lot with Elaine Raspberry, who holds a somewhat similar position to me at the University of Virginia. In his case, it's entirely focused on data and data around research. I'm a bit broader, trying to do these other things, but his position is pretty tightly focused on that. Hopefully, it encourages more people to see some of this research and to benefit from them. Hopefully, it encourages people to cite them in Wikipedia articles. And hopefully this thing, the larger project is called WikiCite, which is around citations on Wikidata, but largely around academic papers. People might be familiar with, I think over half of the items on Wikidata are academic papers. And they had to split the graph, which I don't exactly know what that means, but it means it's very popular. And hopefully we can find more opportunities to work with research scientists. I mean, I would love to support more open access journal work and maybe make a way to make them more affordable and easier. If that could be done somehow through the Wiki universe. I have a friend who has a Wiki journals project, and I don't know if that's possible to implement, but I hope one day if we can implement something like that.
Yeah, and two other groups that are kind of similarly interested in having their names out there as people who have published things. There's a journalism school, and a lot of times the students, while they're in school, are also publishing. And so we know that getting them familiar and having them create entity records for each other and then have their works more easily discoverable will really help their careers. And then the marketing and communications office out of Central Library is also interested in getting us, working with us, because they were looking for things like, they want to be doing social media posts, and they're like, we don't know how many people have won Nobel Prizes or like other kinds of awards that are affiliated with our university, because it's really not recorded anywhere. And so that's part of the work that we're doing too, just to, just have an idea of all of the people who are affiliated with CUNY, either as faculty or as previous students who have done notable things, because that'll be useful to the communications folks.
Provide sources for people to work on Wikipedia articles. They probably want to see like maybe the Nobel Prize winners are a little bit easier, but what about all the Tony Award winners, people who are on Broadway, and they went to CUNY schools. So there's a lot of fun ways to address that. And we're also trying to address, obviously conflict of interest related to that type of thing. Started a wiki project around CUNY and alumni and topics that are studied there. Hoping to engage with people in a larger sense, give them an understanding of appropriate ways to engage with Wikipedia and Wikipedia, and hopefully do it on a larger scale. I want to sort of, not just have like one person doing things, but have like many people who are doing a little bit of things and engage a larger sense of community. One of the things we do, so we have Wiki Wednesday in Wikimedia New York City, where we have a meetup every month, and we usually eat pizza. We have CUNY Wiki Wednesday, which I started, which unfortunately there's no pizza because it's on Zoom, but we meet on like Wednesday morning, and we have like reviews of what projects people have been doing, ideas that people have. They can share it back and forth, share their experiences, and we try to pick a CUNYpedia article of the month. So a fun article that a professor or a student has been working on recently that we can highlight and bring them as a special guest to share about it, and so hopefully build a sense of community around there.
No, thank you for sharing everything. I think it's a very ambitious project. I mean, when I saw your timeline, I see like, and I'm like, I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, I'm wishing you guys the best, and I'm sure you're going to do your best in these 2 or 3 years that you have. But I think it's really ambitious, and a lot of things can be done. And yeah, hopefully we can see something like out there and more like research like out and published, and people having more access to these kind of things. So yeah, congratulations for the work, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I should mention that, because one of the big goals of this project is to be a pilot that would help to demonstrate impact, so that we could have a continued position for Wikimedian in residence, but also for other cultural heritage and educational institutions around our city. We wanted to have a really well-documented project. So there is a part-time position that is also part of this position that's called the documentarian, and that person is responsible for really documenting impact, and then also being our communicator on the project. And that makes a huge difference, just having somebody whose job it is to be kind of, just tracking all of the different things that are going on and then being able to communicate about them. So what we're hoping is that at the end of this time, it will just be so obvious that this needs to continue. Okay, so the next thing is to take some of the stakeholders that you have perhaps generated in a list, and to sort them not in this kind of transactional way, but in more of a relational way.
Yeah, so this is the magical flower of CUNY. Sorry. This is the magical flower of CUNYpedia. This is my very strange attempt to map the ways that the different Wikimedia projects relate to the different units and folks around the university and the way they communicate. So in the middle is human interaction. It's a little bit hard to see, but that includes things like the CUNY Wiki Wednesdays, includes things like classroom visits, includes things like consulting one-on-one with folks. You'll see there are various petals around publicity, the different ways we reach out and get the word out, including the documentarian, through the CUNY Communications, through CUNY TV. The project is in the custody of different groups, like the administration of the university, the Wikimedia New York City chapter, and our funders. You can see the faculty. We engage through the faculty, through the research office, through the teaching and learning centers, through the many institutes, through some biographies of faculty folks, and there are a whole bunch of folks around agencies, about organizations and agencies. Ambitious. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we want to engage students through clubs. I have an ambitious idea. I have a couple of friends who are going back to school this is come fall semester, and maybe engage some of them with clubs. And some of the larger projects we want to engage with. So here is sort of the communications aspect. Here are the different parts of the university and the different players, including individuals and groups. And here are the sort of the meta projects. So MetaWiki is connected to the funders and the press. Commons is associated with things like CUNY TV, the studios that produce things for Wikimedia Commons, some of the stuff are coming in from archives. We have some ambition to include Wikispore, which is the project I mentioned before. So things that might not fit on Wikipedia or the other Wikimedia projects. Maybe we can have some experimental projects around things like art history, around oral knowledge. And these are also engaging with WikiEDU, so the educational nonprofit supporting students participating in classes, training professors and other folks through editathons and through just assignments that students complete as part of class, as well as engaging with Wikidata through things like the research office, through some archival work, and through documenting things like the institutes. So this is the magical flower of the Cuniverse and the Wikiverse combined, and you can draw your own. You can take some of your methods of communication, you can take some of the parts of the university or whatever group you're interacting with, and you can match them also on the outside petals with some of the different aspects of the Wikimedia universe. And I'm going to share some index cards. You all get an index card, and there are also examples I have. I brought when we did this exercise previously in Columbia for the education conference. We have some examples from then, and you can also check those for inspiration.
And so as you're thinking about your flower, your people, and how they relate to one another in this way, I think that what this really speaks to is finding any kind of method to be just thoughtful about the people who you are involved with in any initiative. And what I really believe is that any kind of project, any kind of collaboration, any kind of ambitious thing that you approach, you have to start with the people first. And you have to think about what those people need, you have to think about what this is going to do for them, and then find ways to make it work for everybody. So I think that whatever way you kind of, thoughtfully approach an investigation into like who are these people and like what do they need, I think is a really productive activity to do with the people that you're working with. So these are two of the ways that we've kind of thought about or organized our stakeholders, but I think that there are many other ways to do the same thing and to just be thoughtful about the people who are involved in your work.
Yeah, this is just meant as a creativity exercise. Your flower does not have to be botanically accurate, although you try to research the botany to some extent. It does not have to be botanically accurate. Just draw something that shows the connections that might be interesting between the Wikimedia projects and the units of a university or whatever group you're reaching out to. And if you want, I can share some of the ones. You can't see them very well.
Okay, so folks at home, this is the drawing period again. Time to draw. So we have just a couple of minutes before our session comes to a close, and so I just wanted to open the floor for any reflections that anybody might have, any questions that come up as you're doing this work. Does anybody have anything they'd like to share? Yeah, we'd be interested to hear if you have put together a flower, what you have put in, what the petals are. All right. Oh, sure, yeah. How would we do that? Maybe in front of the camera?
Visit our live stream audience. You're offering this new special opportunity to reach a live stream audience of dozens.
If anybody would like to show their card. Yeah. Anybody?
I know you want to perfect it first. Yeah, you take it.
Yes, good.
Share with the studio audience.
Hi everyone, I'm going to be very brief. Honestly, I've been very inspired by your project. I'm doing a PhD at a Canadian university right now, and actually one of the professors who was teaching about digital public goods invited me to give a presentation about Wikipedia, and that's when I realized our university doesn't have a Wikimedian in residence, or in that specific town there is no user group. So I've been thinking about maybe I should take the initiative and form a user group in collaboration with Wikimedia Canada. That would be a first step, and then as a second step, maybe I could reach out to the university. I called it PR, but the people who kind of promote the university, like communications team, and kind of try to explain to them it's like a win-win for everyone. And I do feel somebody asked about, if your work is on Wikidata, does it help you? It actually does, I think, because it makes it easier for all those search engines to pick up your work. Okay, yeah. All right. So yeah, I have Wikimedia Canada, a big stakeholder, since the future user group is going to be in Canada, and I have the Wikimedia Foundation, of course, to consult with them, and I have Queen's communication team, and then yeah, that's it. And then I put WikiEdu because that would be an easy, I think, way to start collaboration, but it could take other forms as well. Yeah.
No, with the thing there. So mine, it's pretty similar to what you did, because I was inspired in my research university. Different from what I hear from CUNY, we are only a graduate student, graduate university, so we don't have undergrads. So I put in the center my university, and then the 4 divisions. It's my university is only for science and technology. So it's environmental, computational, physics, and biomedical. So with those 4 divisions in there, then a way to put them together, I thought about WikiSite for all the research papers and just to put out there. Our university has a policy that all the research that gets published has to be published open access. So maybe putting them out there will give them even more promotion in there.
Also, we are in coast with the Red Sea, so there are like multiple species that no one in the world like has found and stuff. So I think like wiki species there will be like huge, with together with Wikimedia Commons to put all those things. And well, Wikiversity, which I don't know a lot about it, but like we have a lot of courses that are like online and that they put like on Moodle or like, I don't know, this kind of like Coursera and stuff like that, that can also be there and can be open for the rest of the people. And finally, Wikipedia, just to put like the whole research that we do out there, just to be access to more people. So yeah. Sure. So this is yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I guess thanks everyone.
Thank you so much.